I took a lot of heat from a lot of people, even some of the people in my own party.
President Trump was accused of abandoning Kurdish allies in the fight against ISIS by pulling U.S. troops back in northern Syria, which Turkey then invaded. Turkey now agrees to give the Kurds 5 days to pull out of the safe zone it wants. This after a lengthy meeting in Turkey with President Erdogan, Vice President Mike Pence, and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. The CDC confirming a total of 33 deaths now related to vaping-related illnesses. More than 1,400 illnesses across the country now under investigation. On Wall Street, a mixed day overall, but the Dow ends up 24 points. America's listening to Fox News.
At the mall, as you enjoy your shopping, dining, or entertainment, you could also win 3 great cars from Atkins Kroll and thousands of prizes in Micronesia Mall's Cars, Prizes, and Getaways game. Present your mall receipts and have a chance to win the renowned performance Chevrolet Camaro, the unapologetic rugged Toyota 4Runner, or the head-turning Lexus ES350 Luxury. Getaways to Manila, courtesy of Philippine Airlines, plus prizes from Foot Locker and Burger King. The more you shop, the more chance to win in Micronesia Mall's Cars, Prizes, and Getaways game.
Introducing KFC's new macaroni and cheese bowl. It's finger-licking, ooh, cheese. KFC chicken. Cheese and chicken for only $5. Visit your nearest KFC and get your hands on this chicken and cheese $5 mac and cheese bowl. Only for a limited time and only at KFC. It's finger-licking good.
The White House Chief of Staff holding a rare briefing today to announce that the G7 summit next June will be held at one of the president's resorts, Trump National Doral, just west of Miami.
We had talked about the possibility of whether or not the president could actually do it at no cost. They understand there's difficulties with doing it that way. But we're also have difficulties, obviously, if they charge market rates. So they're doing this at cost.
Mulvaney says the president will not profit from the event. Democrats disagree.
This was the reaction from Congressman Jerry Nadler, the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, saying in a statement just moments ago, in part, quote, he, speaking of the president, is exploiting his office and making U.S. official government decisions for personal financial gain. The emoluments clauses of the Constitution exist to prevent this kind of corruption.
Fox Business Network's Blake Berman at the White House. A convicted murderer sentenced to life in prison in Arizona is now appealing her case and asking for a new trial.
Jodi Arias was convicted in 2013 of killing her boyfriend Travis Alexander 5 years earlier, but her attorneys are appealing her conviction, and they allege she should get a new trial due to prosecutorial and judicial misconduct. They say the trial turned into a circus, with the prosecutor Juan Martinez speaking often with the media and ignoring the judge by continuing to ask certain questions during trial. They say the judge failed to rein all of it in. But Arias herself courted the media, doing several interviews, and she spent weeks on the witness stand in her own defense. It was all televised. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Britain's parliament's now expected to vote Saturday on a new Brexit deal. The revised agreement announced today by Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the EU just 2 weeks before the current deadline for the UK to exit the European Union. Recapping Wall Street, fluctuating day for the Dow in particular, but it finishes higher, up 24 points. Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
It's a one-of-a-kind wine fundraiser. Wahan Sustainable Culture presents Wine in the Garden. The Hamamoto Gardens help support food sovereignty, security, and sustainability while sipping wines from around the world, surrounded by 50-some acres of beautiful farm and garden. Tickets are $75 each. Proceeds support education and outreach on how important, easy, and fun sustainable practices can be. Wine in the Garden is on Saturday evening, October 26th, starting at 5. For more details, go to our website, gusustainable.org, or call 687-6491.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
Life happens. You need to go to work. The kids need to go to school. There are family events, friend events, any event, and everyone needs to communicate. When you need mobile services that you know you can rely on, choose GTA. As the winner of Ookla's 2019 award for Best Mobile Coverage on Guam, you can rely on us to offer you better plans to modernize your life, fit your needs, and keep you connected. So visit us today and let us help you connect. GTA, we start with you.
It's 6 minutes after 6. Here are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. There is an agreement of sorts between the governor and the Guam delegate on the war claims effort. Well, they agreed to disagree. In a public meeting yesterday called between the two leaders, Governor Lilian Guerrero vowed her continued desire to move forward with a local measure to partially fund the war claims efforts. Senator Mike San Nicolas staunchly opposed Bill 181 as he says it would send mixed signals in the House and Senate as he pushes his own H.R. 1365. Governor Lilian Guerrero says she believes Bill 181 will have little impact and will in fact complement the congressman's measure. Bill 181 would pay war reparations locally in light of the delay on the federal level. It would create a local war claims fund and authorize the governor to transfer up to $7.5 million into it. That will cover about 750 claims in all. Leon Guerrero reiterated her support for H.R. 1365 as it fixes technical issues and allows for the repayment of up to $40 million in war reparations using Section 30 funding. In the meantime, yesterday in the meeting, San Nicolas asked the governor not to push Bill 181 and join him in pushing his measure as a single solution. The governor says, "I guess we'll have to disagree." Guam senators visited the proposed site for the contentious firing range complex at Andersen Air Force Base, as well as the proposed site for the housing of 4,700 Marines who will be relocated to Guam from Okinawa. As Speaker Tina Munya Barnes said, the visit included a stop at a site designated for the artifacts that had been found during the construction. The tour leaving her and some of her senatorial colleagues confident in how the artifacts are being cared for. Rear Admiral John Manoni says senators were given the tour as a gesture of being open and transparent. Guam Animals in Need is asking the community for help in finding the people behind 2 dogs who were found at a Jigo dump site, beaten with a hammer and left to die. The dogs were found in the Agafagumas area following an apparent family violence incident. Earlier Thursday, GAIN employees responded to reports of a crying, injured dog in the Jigo area. Guam police were also called to the scene responding to a family violence report. Police have not released information on the beating of the dogs or the family violence arrest. More news after this.
Live the balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Want 10% off your next flight to the U.S.? Now through October 31, receive 10% off select United Airlines flights to the U.S. when you purchase your ticket with your United credit card or United Mileage Plus credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. Use promo code FHB019 when booking your flight. With a travel sale like this, you could wake up to a different sunrise in any part of the U.S. Visit FHB.com/United Fair Sale 19 to learn more. Terms and conditions and restrictions apply. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC.
A student at John F. Kennedy High School was arrested after police received a report from school aides that students were possibly drinking alcohol on campus. 20-year-old Darwin J. Fortes, now facing charges of underage consumption of alcohol and disorderly conduct. Fortes allegedly was hiding a plastic bottle of alcohol in his sweater before handing it off to another student, and a breathalyzer test also indicated he did, in fact, consume alcohol. As reported in the Guam Daily Post, Fortes has a separate case from 2018 in which he is accused of assisting a minor in a theft of alcohol at the Dededo Payless. He was charged with robbery in that case after he assaulted 2 individuals who tried to stop him as he fled the store. The arrest of the 20-year-old student comes as the Department of Education continues to try to beef up its policies and safeguards at the public schools. And another teen was arrested in Tumon after he and other teens were found drinking on the beach. 19-year-old Jimmy Arucci, charged with underage consumption of alcohol, disorderly conduct, and public drunkenness. According to the Post, Arucci approached one of the officers who was asking to speak with a female minor who had been placed in a police vehicle. Authorities told him to leave the area, but he refused. He began yelling and cursing at the officers, demanding to speak to the girl. Officers also noted the suspect had difficulty maintaining his balance, slurred speech, and bloodshot eyes and watery eyes, and he smelled of alcohol. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here now is Ray with your weather.
Yeah, perfectly. What a terrible waste of a Wednesday night, if you ask me. Just go get arrested and go to jail. 6:12 in the morning, 888-8255 is my telephone number. And before I get into the weather forecast today, I wanted to take a look at the satellite imagery and show you where Guam is on this thing, because it looks like Michael Knight sent up a note to all of the DJs here at the radio station, said it's going to be a rainy morning. And I took a look at the satellite imagery, and it looks like there's a big mass of clouds out there. I don't know how to interpret it, but the guys over at the National Weather Service do. Paul Stanko's on the line. Good morning, Paul.
Oh, good morning, Ray. How are you?
You know what? I'm doing okay. So far, dry is the thing, and I kind of like to keep it that way, but it looks like the weather gods are conspiring to bring us a whole lot of wet weather this morning. What's that blobbage around Guam today?
Well, it's actually just a little bend in the winds moving toward us. We call it a surface trough.
Mm-hmm.
And if the winds are bending the other way, we call it a ridge, and that would actually promote good weather.
And so what does that mean here for Guam? Because it looks like there's some kind of a circulation. Are we looking at anything circulating and organizing in our end of the Pacific this week?
Well, not this one that's going to come through today. That's a little too soon for that. There is a little curl in the winds in the western Marshall Islands that we're going to have to keep a watch on. At the moment, it's not that strong.
Okay.
We just have an invest area, as we call it. It's short for investigation.
Okay, so all we got is, as you say, a surface trough around here, and that's going to bring some wet weather. And can you give me an idea of what the weather's going to be like over the weekend? Is it possible I might be able to get some beach time in, some grill marks under the hot sun?
It'd certainly be possible. There's going to be a few thunderstorms off and on as more of these little wiggles in the wind come through.
Wiggles. Gotcha.
This looks like the strongest one of the group.
The one I'm looking at right now on the satellite.
Right.
Okay.
The radar.
All right, gotcha. Well, I haven't looked at the radar yet. It was just this thing. I know the radar is going to tell me that it's going to be some snotty weather coming in, but I wanted to check with you first to make sure that wasn't some kind of organization, some kind of circulation.
Not right now, just standard wet season fare.
Wet season fare. Okay. Paul, appreciate your time. Appreciate you guys working on the long hours and the overnights over at the place. All right, did we want to start the music again for the weather? No, it's all right. Fine. Partly cloudy skies. We have isolated showers today. East winds near 10 miles an hour. Expected overnight lows about 78 degrees. Mostly cloudy. Isolated showers and thunderstorms could be possible. You heard Paul say that. Northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs 88 and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Into the weekend forecast, mostly cloudy, isolated showers, possible thunderstorms Saturday and Saturday night. Sunday through Wednesday, mostly cloudy skies, isolated showers, possibility of some daytime thunderstorms as well. As usual, highs in the upper 80s and overnight lows in the upper 70s. Sunset tonight for you, Friday night sunset hunters. You know who you are. That is going to be taking place at 6 o'clock. Sunrise this morning was at 6:11. Now, while I get to put the satellite imagery up, let me just take a quick look at the radar and see if Duke Skytalker's illegitimate son, Real Joe Cruz, can make any heads or tails out of what you see. All I know is that Mike sent the thing out that said it was going to be rainy this morning. So is that... do you concur with his interpretation of the radar?
I do see some troughs and some wiggles.
Is it some troughs and wiggles?
Quite a few wiggles.
Okay. News and weather
We're
together.
a bunch of professionals around here.
What it all fell apart in the space of a week. You notice? Anyway, so that's news and weather together here on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 65 years. That's right. You tell them. Biba Bank Pacific, portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the team over at Wendy's. And here's the deal over at Wendy's. They recognize that you don't feel like cooking breakfast in the morning, and you just go to school hungry. No. Stop by Wendy's and feed the kids some great breakfast. 5 local breakfast platters, eggs and rice and breakfast meat for just $4. Applewood smoked bacon, Portuguese sausage. My favorite when I hit the drive-thru over at Wendy's, the country fried chicken with gravy. Serve that over scrambled eggs. That is so good. Real deal at breakfast is Wendy's. Now, that's better. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by American President Lines, global presence and a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Mike Knight's on the line here this morning on the Facebook Live. He's going, wiggles, a new technical term, and it must be a correct one because we actually got it from a guy employed with the National Weather Service. That must be right there in their handbook of all the things that they follow up on at the National Weather Service in the morning. 6:17. Keep the music going. Keep the music going. Don't get rid of it. It's the pop-up opening theme of the program. You let it ride for a second. It's Friday morning. You gotta let it go. Pick something else. Pick something else that I can talk over and just kind of ride into and enjoy the launch of the Ray Gibson Show on it.
Another one bites the dust, and another one gone, and another one.
Mike, you're back on Monday, right? Right on.
Maybe you can find something by the Wiggles.
Oh, yeah. Wiggle it. Yeah, I do remember that. That's scary, isn't it? All right, so let me, without the pleasure of riding up over the Miko Monardo music in the beginning of the program, let's get things started. Hi, good morning. My name is Ray. I am the Ray on the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point, and Mike's side with baby sister Mona Silva Tyron, who takes care of the news responsibilities here at the radio station. That's like all the factual stuff that you need to get your day started will generally come from that side of the studio. For those of you that are curious, maybe you've just discovered the program, maybe you just like moved into Guam and are deployed here from someplace else, and you go, well, this sounds different. Well, it is kind of different. Practical for all practical matters for this program. It is 4 hours of issues and topics that I am personally entertained by political gossip and smart aleck comments from me. From Mana, you'll get the factual stuff, you'll get the news. And in order to get on the air, if you want to interact with this program, you need to call using a phone, using a telephone device. I was actually on the phone. Yes, 2 times yesterday. I needed because the phone rang. It made this noise, and I'm looking at it, and what the heck is that? Oh, somebody wants to talk to me on the actual phone. 99% of the communication and conversation I have these days is on. It's here on the radio, but the rest of it, all the other communications, that's tapping stuff on the keyboard.
I get scared when the phone rings.
It does, right? Right? It's a number you don't know. If you look at it, go, is this Collections at Bank of Guam? Or you ask, there's no William here. This is Ray. If you're calling William, I think you have to use another number. Anyway, so getting the program started, that's the introductions. That's a real Joe Cruz, and I'm just giving him a hard time. He's been doing an outstanding job here at the radio station, taking care, subbing for Mike Knight, programming and doing this show. Then he does his own show over on Star 101, and then he comes back and then produces for Daryl Taggarty, who's subbing for Bob Klitsky in the Tall Tales program. So I don't know when he's even here before I get here. I am the official part of the radio station, and it's weird coming in when there's already somebody in the building. I'm usually the guy that unlocks the door.
My brain works very slow in the morning, so I got to get in here early.
and make up for it. That's okay. 20 after in the morning. Let me say hello to all of the Cheers team here. Go.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name.
Big crowd today. Ismael back at number 1. James Howard, Patty Santiago. That's Patty with an I. Santiago. Nice new name and top 3. Can you imagine everybody else is competing to become to be the in the top 10 of the presenters here this morning, and Patty just kind of wanders in. Oh, Ray's on, click, and then all of a sudden she's bang number 3. Al Bautista at 4. JB San Nicholas. I got Nate Horn, Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada. Rico Blancaflor's on. There's Heather Perez and Sherry Uriarte. Round out the top 10. Winnie Namachi, Joey Unpinko. Sandra De Leon Guerrero says, wow, missed one day and makes life incomplete. Actually, the word is not incomplete. I think the word is unbearable. You've got to tune in every day to catch your fix. I got John Ray. Chris Chip says, watch the press conference with Lulian Guerrero and MSN. Wow, MSN came out on top in that, and she made herself look like a goof. I've got some of the footage. I didn't actually go. I'm glad the guys at PNC did, so I'm going to snag some of their footage and stick it on the Facebook Live a little bit later on. Dennis Bensour is there asking, is today's title a reference to the movie Back to School? That's Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield, right? It's it is a cinematic highlight, I must say. Bun Me, Bun You is the name of the program today, and that is because that's what I had for dinner last night.
Nice.
And yeah, right. Well, Joe Italic had the food thing over in front of the Carabao.
You were there last night.
I went there. Yeah,
it was packed.
It was.
When I passed by. Yeah.
It absolutely was. Well, it was less packed because I think everybody did the same thing. It's like we'll go over to Carabao for a round and then walk over to the museum because they had this big unveiling of Judy Selk Flores'. It's a lifetime achievement of just incredible artwork that she had there. And I got a picture of me in that one too, so everybody knows that I was out being a good boy last night. Nick Perlowski says not too hard for her to do, doesn't even have to try. I think that's a reply to Chris. Denise Chrysostamo is online. Good morning, Dee Dee. Mari Tenayuk is also online. Everybody's going to right-click on that. James Lester Lonzo says, good morning, everyone. TGIF. Oh, did you say today is Friday? And you know what? Today is a no frowny face Friday, unfortunately. And we might have to bend the rule a little bit on no frowny faces on Friday because there's just a couple of very, very disturbing stories to get to in a couple of minutes. Ismael, she said, you have my full support. At least that's what it sounded like. And Michael Knight asking this question. Already frowny faces. Exactly the question that I have in my mind. What the H is a 20-year-old doing in high school? 20-year-old still in high school, drunk, expel. I want to expel the administrator that let a 20-year-old kid with a record start running around with students from John F. Kennedy High School. The parents of kids at JFK, did you know that there's a 20-year-old at your school, at your kid's school?
Wow.
With it running around buying vapes and probably buying vapes and cigarettes and booze for all your kids. And Mona says, wow, well, you want to talk about a super senior.
Super senior.
What indication do we have that this guy's a senior? He might be a freshman at 20 years old,
terrible.
right?
Get a GED, dude.
What a dummy. Anyway, more on that. High school, 20 years old. Keena McCausland's there, and Keena sent me a picture. You know, we always like to show pictures of sunrises and sunsets here on Guam. This is the view that Keena has got out in Vancouver, Washington, where I didn't realize it did it there, but apparently the leaves turn color in that part of the country. You can see it in the picture there. I don't know what is that. Is it Piggly Wiggly parking lot or something like that? But they've got these trees, and the trees are beginning to change color in that part of the country. Isn't that beautiful?
Well, apparently the leaves will fall off of the tree at some point.
At some point, yes. Here on Guam, the rhino beetles change color at this time of the year. It's kind of our nod to the changing of the seasons in this part of the country. 6:25 in the morning. Who else is playing around? I got Dave Torrey talking about super seniors and Cousin Teddy over at the ranch. Real Joe Cruz is on. Peggy Leanne, Vicky Ganashis, Bora, Joe Bloss is there. Is that Major Joe Bloss? If it's Major Joe Bloss, then we've got to do a shout to something that they're going to be up to over at the Guard Place this weekend.
Yes, a trunk or treat.
Trunk or treat. Okay, we'll get you full details in a couple of minutes. Smug is there. Peter Santos, Vince Duenas, and who else is out there? Uncle Robert Underwood, who was also at Judy Flores' deal last night over at the museum, and asking me, people asking him the question. I think RD was his bodyguard last night because every time I saw RD was standing like right next to Uncle Robert. for the entire time. Anyway, anybody else that needs to get noticed here this morning? Jennifer Heinley King, Eddie Sharky Cruz is online in the program. Therese Ugg and Rigel taking care of the family ironing here this morning. That's nice. Hey, Teresa, tell your husband I'm going to give him a ring because I wanted to get at some point this morning the full blown. Oh, it's a Walmart parking lot. Cool. A full-blown synopsis, if you will, a trip report, a field trip report of the bunch of senators that made their way out there. I guess, what is the second time in the 35th Guam legislature? For these guys to go out and inspect the construction sites and where they're going to be laying down the Marines, the Bloss camp, the Ben Bloss camp.
Right.
Second time they've been out there this year.
That's right.
Okay. All right, just, if you guys want...
It seems like they're left with a better feeling this time around.
Well, I don't know. It depends on who they're having a better feeling on. Because I was reading the thing here in the newspaper where it says, this visit, this is a quote from, is it Therese Turley or Tina Rose Munoz Barnes? This visit brought to perspective the importance of our role as a local government, stated the Speaker. It is apparent that our local government has some shortcomings when it comes to our responsibilities, and I will continue this dialogue and further engage other stakeholders. So that's the quote from the Speaker. Last night, I run into Shirag, who was also at the okay, everybody, if you weren't at the thing last night for Judy, you weren't anywhere. But I ran into Shirag, and he says, "Hey, did you get the email that I just sent out?" And I said, "No." He says, "That's because I just sent it out." And it is an email talking about some issues that Tina Rose has apparently with the SHPO, which is Patrick Lujan is the new SHPO out there. I'm concerned about the disagreements between the accounts of the State Historic Preservation Officer and the Department of Defense. The SHPO disagrees with the determination that no impact shall be posed to historic properties. It has further been alleged that DOD and the SHPO have agreed to the above outcome when no record of meetings, emails, letters, or any such proof exists. So what's going on between Tina Rose Munoz Barnes and Patrick Lujan, the SHPO? Did she like Linda better? Is that what's going on? Or is she just trying to torpedo Patrick? I don't know either. And I've read this letter that was sent to the governor a couple of times, and cannot make much heads or tails out of it. It's talking about in this particular about how the SHPO was off island. But I think he was dispatched by the governor on some kind of important mission. So I don't know. There's a lot going on, a lot to unpack in that. I'll read a little bit more of it for you as the program continues. Who's playing around? Okay, groovy. Pam Duvall is there. Rainy pigs and cows up in Jigo. We knew it's going to rain, so watch out for that. 6:28 in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK. So you got that story here. And as I said, when we've got the JFK student caught with alcohol on campus, you kind of your eyebrows knit together and you go, oh, woe is us, and we've got problems with our teenagers. And then you look at this, and the guy's 20 years old. Darwin J. Fortes is the kid's name, charged with underage consumption of alcohol as a petty misdemeanor and disorderly conduct as a petty misdemeanor. And when it says, this is my favorite part, when officers were arresting him, Fortes was allegedly uncooperative and, according to court documents, told police, quote, "I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch." That just didn't have enough street on it. That sounded like old white guy trying to sound like he's, perpetrating.
Cool.
Yeah, like I'm cool. Joe, how would you say that? "I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch." Give it some street.
"I know my rights, pig."
Well, there you go.
That's nice. That's
He even has the lip.
I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch, right?
"I'm not a snitch."
Oh, it's great. Okay, Mon, it's your turn. Come on. Come on.
What do you do? I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch.
That's brilliant. Like straight out of the movies, man. This guy's he's like Compton bound. I know my right. I'm not a snitch. But there's
I know
more.
my rights,
I wish.
pig.
I wish there was a recording. Can we get it? Can we get a copy of the cops?
The body
cam.
camera?
Can we get the body cam on this? I know my right. So there's more. So 20-year-old student at John F. Kennedy High School, drunk on the campus. And like I said, if I was a parent of students, of kids that attended John F. Kennedy High School, I would go and find the principal right now and say, how many of these super seniors do we have around here, and why do we have to put up with them? I mean, we got it's not not like they didn't know this kid had some problems. He was on pretrial release in 2 separate cases. In one of the cases, Fortes was placed on house arrest in April, ordered to obey all laws and not consume alcohol. This is another kid, 20 years old, already making a fool of the criminal justice system here on Guam. He's also on probation for another case. Moms and dads, the kids that go to John F. Kennedy High School, your kids are going to school with felons. How's that make you feel? Somebody got to get in on the ground on this and figure out how we can get him out. I don't know if his grammar is correct there. Commissioner Roy asking, but is his grammar correct? 6:31. What's that? We'll get around to that in a second. Becky, hold on. Let me take care of some headlines, and we'll come back with a plug for quiz night. It is time right now for headlines. Montesilva Tyron with news from the Guam Daily Post.
Governor Luliang Guerrero says she supports the efforts of Guam Congressman Mike Nicholas to push his war claims measure H.R. 1365, but also says that she will continue her support for a local measure to give up to $7.5 million to the War Claims Fund. The two leaders met in a packed conference room at Adaloop yesterday, and despite pleas from the Congressman Mike Nicholas to focus solely on his bill, the governor said that they would just have to agree to disagree. As a gesture of being open and transparent, the new commander of the Joint Region Marianas, Rear Admiral John Manoni, invited senators to conduct a tour of the firing range complex at Anderson. And the speaker now admits to feeling a bit more confident with how artifacts are being cared for. The firing complex has been a highly contentious project. The tour also included the housing site for the 4,700 Marines moving here from Okinawa. 2 dogs found beaten and left to die in a Jigo trash pile, and now GAIN is asking the public to help find who did it. The dogs were found in the Agafa Gumas area, and it appears they were beaten with a hammer and left to die. Those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. I'm Montesilva Tyron.
I hate that story. 6:33 in the morning. We'll chime in on that and a couple other things here in a little bit. There's iConnect time, 6:33. Call iConnect later on and ask them about how you can save yourself some money. Got on the tax refund promo. You buy a year's worth of service, you get a free month, you get a free phone if you need one too. Terms and conditions apply. They'll tell you all about it at 888-8888.
Take Care Wellness presents the 7th Save the Susu Dance Fitness Fundraiser, October 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Tizen High School. Tickets are $10 in advance, $15 the day of the event, and $5 for kids ages 6 to 12. Tickets are available at Take Care Wellness, Guam Cancer Care, and through Marissa Collins. Grand prize for the raffle is a round-trip ticket to Asia or Micronesia from United Airlines. All proceeds benefit Guam Cancer Care. This message is made possible by the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
Studio time, 6:33. Time for Right Now traffic. Taking a look at the traffic gizmo, it is not showing me any problems. No serious traffic highlights from Anderson Air Force Base all the way up and down Route 3 in the school areas that we've got back there, and then all the way down to Big Navy. A little bit of slowdown at the gate at Navy, but otherwise I think we're going to be all right. Maybe a little bit of northbound traffic slowing down around Petey just after you pass the cemetery, but nothing major. Into and out of the downtown Agutnia area, no major problems. And near as I can tell, the report earlier this morning was the new Payless on Route 8 in Mighty is empty, as opposed to what you might have seen if you were running around the Payless last night.
Holy moly.
Holy guacamole.
Wow.
This,
did everybody need something
and
at the same time?
Apparently, I don't think anybody's buying anything. Because, okay,
Goodness gracious.
I went in there, I picked up Mayumi from school, and then we went in and said, okay, let's go get some snacks. And because there's a new Payless near my house, let's go and get some snacks. So we went in yesterday afternoon, and, tooling around the aisles, and a lot of people looking Lewin and want to see what's that. The deli was open, so people checking out the fried chicken and stuff like that. And so I picked up a couple of things and made my way to the checkout counters. And I was the only guy in like 5 or 6 checkout. Place was packed. The parking lot was full.
Oh my
But there
gosh,
wasn't
it
anybody
was
looking like they were buying anything. I think they were just taking a look, just seeing what we could see.
If it continues like that, I think they're going to have to consider building a parking structure because there's just way too many. And Benson's going to start roping off.
Yeah, if they haven't already, Benson, I don't know that this is common practice because, frankly, I'd never had a reason to look before. But this morning, I noticed that their chain was up on the side of the building. Now they might always put the chain up.
No, I've never seen it.
but it might be that they just we got to protect our parking lot and our thing, so they've they've started, I think, doing that now over at the Benson place. There's going to be parking wars in that area, and so I got into a good spot yesterday, and I thought, this is great. I got a great spot at the Payless. Wow, it's terrific. But there were guys that were circling the parking lot, because we've had this conversation, because they have non-Doucet parking lot sized cars that they were driving, big Nissan Armadas and these huge Toyota Tacoma trucks, and they were having a hard time fitting into some of those small spaces that they've got there.
Park on top of somebody else's
Exactly. Just move those cones outside. Eventually somebody will. 6:36 in the morning, and that's right now traffic here in the Point.
Want to grow your business? Start a new venture? Or stay ahead of the competition? You can. With Docomo Pacific Smart Business Solutions tailored to your specific needs and ambitions, you can do it all. Partner with a network with best-in-class network coverage, state-of-the-art communication platforms, and a team dedicated to providing you with premium support. Call 688-2677 to start your journey to success today. Docomo Pacific Business, delivering your future today.
Hi, welcome to this ad for new Subway sliders starting at $2.49 each. How do you want it? Cheer Squad.
Woo! Go Subway sliders starting at $2.49 each. Woo! Give me a $2.49 Ham and Jack slider.
$2.49 Ham and Jack slider.
Give me a $2.49 Italian spice slider.
$2.49 Italian spice slider.
What's that spell?
It doesn't really spell anything.
New Subway sliders starting at $2.49 each. Go sliders!
Subway, make it what you want.
Real Talk Radio is back.
Yes.
Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Any speaker, anytime, any screen, anytime. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point, and we say it like that because this is on YouTube Live, this is on Facebook Live. You can watch the program anonymously, if you like, over at thepoint.gu, and there's a little button. There's a little button on the screen on whatever you're watching on a Facebook Live or YouTube Live. It's a share button. It's a little arrow. There we go. Share the link on this. Let your family, friends, and just folks in general know that this is where you come early morning for a look at some really, really hard news and as I said before, smart alecky conversations and a lot of political gossip. And there's some decent political gossip floating around with the get-together that Mike Nicholas and the governor had last night. I didn't have a chance to watch it because I was otherwise engaged in a civic activity over at the museum. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. The other stories that we're playing around with, the dog is found beaten and dumped in a trash pile. To quote my friend Laura, is that sick enough for you? Is that enough abuse? Is disgusting for you? Are we done being disgusted by all of this stuff? Cannot turn your heads on this particular story. And like I said, usually Fridays are no frowny faces allowed Friday, but I think I'm going to I'll give you this one here. It's impossible to read this story all the way through without feeling a little bit of pain in your heart for the incredible amount of suffering that at least one of these animals had to endure overnight as a result of the injuries. It hit so hard with the hammer, the dog's eye came out, and sweet relief came at the hands of the angel Dr. Malakuti, who said this dog is too far gone and released him finally from his suffering. What a terrible, terrible story. How do we get around this? Do you want to make the connection? We will. In a second, make the connection between maybe some verdicts, some rulings over at the court, and maybe that freeing things up for people to say, well, if I'm not going to get in trouble for it, I guess it's okay to abuse animals. But we'll get around to that in a little bit. 6:39 in the morning, my very close, very dear personal friend, Becky North on the line. Good morning, Beck. How you doing?
Oh, good morning. Well, I was happier till I heard the story.
Yeah, this is the toughest stuff I'm going to be reading there, and it's funny because not funny, but it's interesting. I go through the magistrate reports every day, and I see the kind of things that humans perpetrate against other humans, and that's sickening enough. But when you see something like this, where not one dog but two dogs suffering the kind of unimaginable pain and suffering at the hands of a human being, it just takes your breath away, and it's hard to believe that Guam has people like that live here amongst us.
Exactly. It's just terrifying.
5 minutes alone with whoever did it. That's all I want. Is just 5 minutes alone with this guy.
Oh.
Just close the door, officer, and ignore any noises you hear coming from this room.
Yeah.
All right. On to happier stuff here. We've got actually, you know, there's one other thing here because somebody said this kind of thing happens all the time. How old is your oldest kid in your class? Not 20, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
This common practice, leaving the practical adults in high school to run around and drink and be bad examples for the other kids?
Yeah, another thing that just gets me. But
what is there? I'm not familiar enough with the chapter and verse on admissions in the Guam Department of Education, but isn't there a high number that, you know, you must be at least this young to attend our schools, and then after that, you got to go someplace else?
You know, they worked at changing the law, and I'm not sure how it finally ended up, but you can have super seniors now, I believe. So.
Well, yeah, 18. I was 18 when I graduated from high school. There might be a couple of guys that I graduated with that were dumb and got retained a couple of times when that was still in practice, and they were 19 when we graduated. But 20? 20?
Well, I think the law, and I shouldn't say anything because I'm so bad at remembering how the law got crafted, but I believe that you have to graduate. You can't drop out, so got me.
At some point, you got to say, I'm too old to be here with these people. And in this case, Darwin J. Fortes, apparently the gangster role model from the school, he's got the gangster language down. And I might do this with all the callers. I might make everybody say, I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch. Just because it's funny in my head. Can we use that at quiz night?
I
don't know. I don't know. Just make it a quiz. Make it one of the answers at quiz night. I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch. 642. Do you see the clever way I segued into quiz night?
I'm around.
See how I see that's I'm a broadcast professional here, and that's I cleverly slithered our way into a quiz night conversation.
Into a quiz night.
Yes.
Good segue. Quiz night for Habitat for Humanity will be a week from today at the Sheraton, and it is a team event trivia challenge for those that might not know. So you get 6 people together, come down and give us your $360 this week or early next week, and come down and play. You can have dinner. Every team goes.
It's a good dinner. I got to tell you what. There's a lot of times you're thinking, okay, you know, it's going to get everybody in the room and the buffet style thing, and it's going to be trail mix. It ain't trail mix. They take at the Sheraton. They take really good care of the quiz night crowd.
Yeah. So and then we have top prize. Sorry, somebody going by my door. Top prize is $600 cash. Thank you to Stay Well.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's lots of other prizes. $600 from Wise Owl, who's one of our premium platinum sponsors. They give us $600 in vet care. So those $100 certificates for a team that likes to choose that.
Right.
Lots of prizes for everybody. Still looking for prizes because I will let you know, it looks like we may have a sellout crowd.
So that's there is the word I was looking for, guys. So if you have been pondering putting a team together, you don't have much time left to ponder. Get your monies together and get to Habitat for Humanity and get your team signed up. If you're short, I might know a couple of guys. Nate Horn, did we already get Nate Horn on the team?
Now, I got 3 people now, Nate and 2 others that are, but I'm still looking for 3 more to put on that team.
Okay. Otherwise, if you can't come up with 6 people, then you just go ahead and buy up like you're going to find a 6, because there's almost always somebody hanging by the door that either dropped out or they're waiting for an opportunity to drop into a team. So for details,
and I'll put you together with those other 3.
Yeah, we can do that. So for details.
Okay, for details, you can call us at 565-6480. Leave a message.
Mm-hmm.
Also, 647-4667. Probably also leave a message there because people are out running around.
Like calling Reverend Tax, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Can you leave a message at Reverend Tax? Really?
Gotcha.
Sorry, that's an aside. Or email us at habitatqn@gmail.com, and we'll get back to you. Now, I will say, normally we have our Saturday early bird day, which is tomorrow. If you pay by tomorrow, your team name gets thrown in a hat for 6 lunches from the Sheraton.
That's right. That's the early bird prize.
Right. Right. So the early bird price. But
Well, you got to hurry because the thing is next Friday, so we're almost out of early bird.
Tomorrow is early bird.
Yeah, okay.
And the issue is we're transitioning to our new office, and we're still not in there. So Remax in Upper Tucumán, the one across from One Stop, sort of across from GTA.
It's right next to my building, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where we're going to be tomorrow, from 10 o'clock until 5 o'clock. If people want to come buy tickets, that's where we'll be marshaling our efforts to do some of the final work. If you want to drop off 6 prizes, that's another place to come.
Gotcha. Smug says Diane's got the prices from him already, so I think we're in good shape for next week. 6:46 in the morning. Beck, I'm going to let you run because I know you got some 20-year-olds to educate in school.
I'm in training today, so.
So who's got your kids?
A TA.
Okay, gotcha. Well, enjoy your training. I'll see you soon.
Thanks.
All right, and just recite it to yourself over and over in your head today. I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch. That should be the operative language. And if you're looking for something to be outraged about, right there, front page of the Guam Daily Post, JFK student caught with alcohol on the campus. And mom and dad's kids over at John F. Kennedy High School. I would like to drop your kids off today and just kind of walk around and see if there's anybody on the campus that got a beard like mine. Maybe that's one of the things that you look out for. Are you a teacher or a student? Student, sir. I'm a student. 6:47 in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK is some of the things on a table, on my mind, on the table of contents. The problem is that there's just so much going on. This has been a rather busy week for talk radio. It seems like every morning I've had something that I needed to go over, and in a lot of cases I've missed. As an example. I've had this story for at least 3 days in the pile put together by the Associated Press, and it is a story about Guam to a degree. States' position on the tentative opioid deal with Purdue. And you might recall there was a big rush over at the legislature and the governor's office to give Attorney General Levin Camacho the authority for us to be able to jump into one of these cases because there is going to be a vast and incredible stream of money that is going to be coming out of companies like Purdue and other opioid manufacturers in an attempt to settle with a variety of states, municipalities, even territories. State attorneys general have been divided nearly evenly over whether to accept a tentative deal to settle lawsuits against Purdue Pharma related to the nation's opioid crisis. States that opposed the tentative settlement, which could be worth as much as $12 billion over time, wanted to continue their lawsuits against the members of the Sackler family that own Purdue while the company goes through bankruptcy proceedings. On Friday, a federal bankruptcy judge issued a preliminary injunction until November 6, temporarily halting those lawsuits. Kentucky and Oklahoma are not subject to litigation because both of them have already previously reached settlements with Purdue, maker of the OxyContin painkiller. And so these guys already got their money, Kentucky and Oklahoma. But boy, that's a gamble because it's possible that some of the settlements that these kind of a class action that these states are going to be getting could seriously eclipse any of the settlements that they've got. But not everybody is on the same side. On the list of states and territories that have accepted the terms of the Purdue settlement is Guam. We're there with Florida and Kansas and Nebraska and New Mexico and America and Samoa and Alaska and other places like that. A bunch of states and territories that so far have rejected the terms include California, Colorado, Delaware, D.C., etc. And the reason why they're doing that is because they want to be able to go after the family. So Purdue is saying, okay, we're going to go for bankruptcy and we're going to reorganize, but the settlement ends here. A bunch of states are saying, no, we want the settlement and we want to be able to sue the family behind Purdue at the end of the day. So Guam just going after the settlement at some point. And as I said, there's a massive stream of revenue that could be coming to Guam as a result of this and other lawsuits. Of course, we got the PFAS lawsuits that are going to be happening as well down the road. 10 away from the top of the hour, and there's a few other stories that I think are of interest. I normally save this for the businessy portion of the show, and I might still, but a couple of guys. And maybe you've never heard their names before, but trust me, these guys are big deals in industry here on Guam. Tim DeLesio and Jim Bigley are retiring from DFS in the new year. Now, this kind of the most well-known secret that there is on Guam. It's been floating around for a while that Jim was going to be exiting DFS to go and work over at IT&E. I've had the information, but I promised him I'd keep it a secret until it went public. Well, it went public in a magazine called the Moody Davitt Report, which is kind of a big deal. So if you're in the kind of DFS line of merchandise and retail, this is the magazine that you read every day. And they're reporting that Tim DeLessio and Jim Bigley are going to be retiring from DFS. Jim Bigley, Executive VP, Strategy and Business Development since April 12, has spent nearly 16 years with the DFS Group. He joined the company in 2004 as a VP of Business Development, later holding Regional Managing Director and Senior VP Marketing posts before assuming his current post. His earlier career included a 5-year spell as president of leading Asian distributor Blue Bell and nearly 9 years as a director of a telecommunications company, IT&E, which is right down the street, which is where he's going back to. He's going to be essentially running all of the operations for Ricky Delgado here on Guam, if I understand the press release that I saw. That is going to be going out before too much longer. So I wish him congratulations. I'm a little bit disappointed that Jim is taking this position, and for purely selfish reasons. Because when I go to Hong Kong, I stay at his place in the slums of Repulse Bay. And it's nice because he says, when are you coming? And I said, I will be there Friday night at 8 o'clock. And he'll send a guy because he's a big shot at DFS. They got a guy that will come and pick me up and then take me through the hills of Hong Kong and then finally to Repulse Bay, and we'll slum it. You know, it's got to, you got to feel sorry for his kids. You know, the car dealership in his neighborhood, it's a Ferrari dealership, right? Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm going to miss that, but looks like he's going to be taking up some work here on Guam. Remind me to go over. I've got some jobs and some job openings that are going to be working here. So table of contents. We've got the John F. Kennedy student here that's going to make me frowny faced all morning. The dog violence, obviously. Senators going on a field trip. Went on another one now. The military made the arrangements to go and take a look at what's happening over at what's going to be Camp Ben Blas. And I thought of all of the brilliant moves that they have made over at in the Joint Guam Program Office and all of the work that the Marines are doing around here. I thought maybe that was the smartest thing that they did was go, hey, maybe we'd have less pushback if we named our base after the now sainted Ben Blas, General Ben Blas, Congressman Ben Blas. I thought that was a pretty good deal. Waiting on talking to a couple of people that went on that field trip to find out what their comments were and some of the things that they saw. Hey, listen, you guys want to go boonie stomping? You just let me know. I think maybe that's part of it. It's going to be the 35th Guam Legislature, and they're going to have their own little boonie stomping unit. Because did you see the video of these guys that get all dressed up in their Levi's jeans? And the smart move would have been gloves and like leggings for being out there in the boonies, because the sword grass will cut you. Phil Leon Guerrero's online. My pal Nick Pulaski. How about our AG pay attention to what's happening on our island and stop trying to make your name by piggybacking on others' work? Nick, I see what you're saying here about the Attorney General's involvement and State Attorney General's involvement in the Purdue thing. But, for essentially very little work, all you got to do is just say us too. For very little work, we might be able to get a huge settlement out of these guys. And who knows, enough of a settlement. And if we do it right, I'm not saying we're going to, but if we do it right, a settlement in the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars, that I say should go directly to a receiver who will operate Guam Memorial Hospital. Notice I didn't say send it directly to Guam Memorial Hospital. I said send it to a receiver who is operating Guam Memorial Hospital, because I don't think we can do that ourselves, despite what anybody else says. Who else is there? Cousin Teddy's on from the ranch is online. Michelle Peer is there. Mark Cruz waving at everybody. Nice. I'm happy to see that. Gary Cooper. What's that? $61.50 for each super senior should be spent fixing the schools. Money spent on 13 super seniors is enough to build BMS students and their covered walkways. No wonder GDOE is strapped for cash. Good point there, Gary Cooper. For the money that the Department of Education was spending on Mr. I know my rights, pig, I'm not a snitch, Darwin J. Fortes, who had the temerity to bring a plastic bottle filled with something underneath a sweater to school, getting drunk on campus because, yay, I'm a 20-year-old still going to high school. dummy, that the taxpayers are paying for this kid, and the 13 or so that got expelled, and the more that are being expelled on the way. So, yeah, maybe that's a good idea, is all of the money that we're going to save because we're expelling these dummies, let's put into actually fixing stuff up and improving the conditions for the good kids that parents are sending to their schools. Not a bad idea. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez is online. Thanks for joining us. Rico Blancaflor trying as hard as possible it's hard to get the sentiment out here, and the words just don't, I think, carry the proper sentiment. But he's really trying to say, I know my rights, pig. I know snitch. He's really trying it out on the Facebook Live. We'll see what happens, maybe a little bit more. Gloria Tabilis Travis online this morning. Nice to see you there. Dan Velt. And a note from Dan Velt and all the other guys in the Guam Running Club tomorrow at, I believe, 5 o'clock go time for, is it one of the more fun races of the Guam Running Club? It kind of sort of is, because you can wear a costume if you want to. It is the Ghoulish 10K, and it starts out in Route 8. Behind Happy Mart, go down the road a little bit to where the old soccer field, around where the old soccer field is, and that's where the thing is going to start. And then you run back out to Route 16. You go up the street, past, if you will, the Garden Readiness Center, up around where you about looks like you're going to turn into the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And in my mind, that's where the turnaround for this race is going to be. And then you come all the way back. Not a bad way to start.
The nighttime race?
No, it's a daytime. It's morning race. You start. Showtime is at 5, and we usually wait a little bit for the sun to come up because it's 10 after 6, and there's some dogs out there, and so you got to be careful. Vivian Cunningham is online. Ron and Cindy De La Rosa there. Rick Leone, Melissa Mendiola Prilosky, that's Nate's wife, so I got both of them listening in on the Facebook Live this morning. Mo Cotton's on, so we can start the show. Anne Marie Sablon Trousseau is online. Nice familiar name. And Commissioner Roy Gamboa is out there as well. A couple of other things I think are going to be of interest to you and I a little bit later on. Are you currently dengue-free at this time? Are you still rolling around there looking for the best of the mosquito coils? Have you found something that you can spray on your body that will keep the mosquitoes away, but not repel human beings? Because because there's a certain smell, you know, that some people are beginning to have these days. You go, what is that? And the answer is it's off. And you go, okay, I'm not necessarily going to be sniffing your neck for a little bit longer. So there is some of that. There's a couple of, where's the picture? I wanted to put up a link online to show you something, and if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll immediately recognize this as a map of the Pacific area, and it is a map of that. You might be going, okay, well, what's it a map of? What do the red dots mean? What do the blue dots mean in that picture? Well, the red dots mean that cases are increasing or peaking where it comes to, and in our case here on Guam, dengue fever. So Guam is getting the mark here. There's a couple of other places in the region that likewise have marks, and dengue seems to be of an epidemic nature here in the Pacific. The highlight says, in Guam, 9 confirmed cases of locally acquired dengue infection. 6 imported cases from off-island have been reported by Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services as of October 11th. First locally acquired case was identified September 11th with the onset of symptoms September 3rd, and that's based on some reports that are coming from out of here. But you've also got to look out for influenza, and for those of you that maybe spent some time doing some hiking at Ben Blas, Camp Ben Blas, hope you didn't get into any water with open sores or cuts or wounds or anything like that, because leptospirosis is a big deal in Yap State as well. Red alert has been changed to blue, but careful when you get down to Yap for a lot of reasons, up to and including lepto. You don't want that. 7 o'clock in the morning, the radio station, KUSG. Coming up, I've got Montesilva with news from the Guam Daily Post. Fox News Live, Jerry Roberts is in the studio. He's getting ready for today's Extra Point. We'll take a look at some of the other cool businessy stories and more as the program continues. 93.3 is KUSG. Haganya. This is The Point.
This is a Fox News alert. A resignation planned at the White House on Lisa Brady. U.S. Energy Secretary Rick Perry plans to step down. Just getting word from AP that he shared this on Air Force One while traveling with the president to an event in Texas today. Perry has been under scrutiny over his role in the president's dealings with Ukraine. The White House chief of staff also under scrutiny. Fox's John Decker at the White House.
In comments that caught the Justice Department by surprise, acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney asserted that Ukraine's cooperating in an ongoing investigation with our Justice Department was connected to aid money being withheld.
So you're saying the President of the United States, the chief law enforcement person, cannot ask somebody to cooperate with an ongoing public investigation into wrongdoing? That's just bizarre to me that you would think that you can't do that.
Mulvaney also appeared to undercut the president's denial of a quid pro quo when he told reporters that military aid to Ukraine was held back in part to prod Ukraine to investigate Democrats.
Mulvaney referring specifically to the 2016 election and an investigation into the origins of the Russia probe. President Trump says Turkey did the right thing, agreeing to a ceasefire in Syria.
I think it had to be an unconventional solution.
Suggesting it might not have happened if Turkey hadn't invaded northern Syria and started attacking the Kurdish forces there.
Everybody agreed to things that 3 days ago they would have never agreed to.
Turkey invaded northern Syria after President Trump pulled U.S. troops back. Vice President Mike Pence announcing that Turkey will now give the Kurds 5 days to safely pull out of the area after meeting for several hours today with Turkey's president in Ankara. The U.S. Senate, though, plans to move ahead on a new bipartisan sanctions bill in case Turkey doesn't follow through. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. I'm Jade Uggan of Umatic, and this is where I start my day. Listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Protehi itanonmo. Protect your land. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Did you know that home loan rates have plunged again? Would you like to take advantage of these lower rates to help lower your monthly payments? Refinancing doesn't have to be for another 30 years. It can be for 10, 15, or 20 years. It's up to you. Reduce your monthly payments. Pay off your loan earlier. At Bank Pacific, where we're open to closing your loan in a hurry.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Credit conditions apply.
A moment of silence in the U.S. House, stunned by the sudden death of a longtime statesman.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called Maryland Democrat Elijah Cummings her brother in Baltimore. Both were born and raised in that city.
He lived the American dream, and he wanted it for everyone else.
Cummings was the son of sharecroppers, growing up to serve first in the Maryland State House, then the United States Congress, becoming the chairman of the powerful House Oversight Committee.
He just fought to the end. But that's the way he was, not only on his personal health, but what he believed in the Congress of the United States.
Cummings died early this morning. He was 68 years old. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Trump had feuded publicly with Cummings, but praised him in a tweet earlier today. Flags at the White House and the Capitol are at half-staff in his honor. Facebook, taking heat at times for what stays or goes on the platform, says it's trying to strike a balance. The CEO giving a speech at Georgetown University today.
Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg says in times of political tension, people want to pull back on free speech, and that backfires.
While I certainly worry about an erosion of truth, I don't think most people want to live in a world where you can only post things that tech companies judge to be 100% true.
However, he says they draw the line at posts that incite violence, terrorist propaganda, and bullying. He said they have found a better way to combat fake news and misinformation.
And that is focusing on the authenticity of the speaker rather than trying to judge the content itself.
He says they remove billions of fake accounts a year and now have a security team of 35,000 people. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The tentative agreement reached yesterday in the GM strike still awaiting a vote by rank-and-file union members. The UAW says the walkout will continue until the proposed contract is ratified. Lisa Brady, this is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
7 o'clock news from the Guam Daily Post is being brought to you by Proline Automotive, customizing Guam's finest rides, located in the Harmon Industrial Park.
It's 6 minutes after 7 o'clock. Half a day. Good morning, everyone. Here are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Governor Lulian Guerrero says she supports the efforts of Guam's Congressman Mike Nicholas to push his war claims measure, H.R. 1365, but also she says she'll continue her support for a local measure to give up to $7.5 million to the War Claims Fund. The two leaders met in a packed conference room at Adelup yesterday. In that meeting, Leon Guerrero reiterated her support for H.R. 1365 that allows for the payment of up to $40 million in war reparations using Section 30 funding. So Nicholas asked the governor, though, not to push Bill 181 and join him in pushing his measure as a single solution. The governor says she'll have to disagree. 2 dogs were discovered beaten with a hammer and left to die, and now Gain is asking the community to help find who did it. It isn't clear if the case is related to a family violence case, which police were responding to at the Agafagumas site. Gain says the dogs were still alive when they retrieved them. They were taken to the vet where they were later euthanized. A 20-year-old John F. Kennedy High School student was arrested after police received a report from the school aides that the student was possibly drinking alcohol on campus. Darwin J. Fortes, now facing charges of underage consumption of alcohol and disorderly conduct. Fortes allegedly was hiding a plastic bottle of alcohol in his sweater before he handed it off to another student. A breathalyzer test also indicated he did consume alcohol. As reported in the Guam Daily Post, Fortes has a separate case from 2018 in which he's accused of assisting a minor in stealing alcohol at the Dededo Payless. He was charged with robbery in that case after he assaulted 2 individuals who tried to stop him as he fled. The arrest of the 20-year-old student comes as the Department of Education tries to beef up its policies and safeguards at the public schools. More news after this.
Take Care Wellness presents the 7th Save the Susu Dance Fitness Fundraiser, October 19 from 6 to 8 p.m. at Tizen High School. Tickets are $10 in advance, $15 the day of the event, and $5 for kids ages 6 to 12. Tickets are available at Take Care Wellness, Guam Cancer Care, and through Marissa Collins. Grand prize for the raffle is a round-trip ticket to Asia or Micronesia from United Airlines. All proceeds benefit Guam Cancer Care. This message is made possible by the stations of choice broadcasting.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip, from custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps. They have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
The Guam National Guard's family readiness groups are hosting the annual Trunk or Treat event to provide a safe and fun Halloween experience. It'll be from 5 to 9 p.m. at the Guard's Readiness Center in Barragata tomorrow. And the event is it is open to all military ID holders and their families, and will feature a variety of activities to include costume contests, a decorated trunks contest, and game booths, rides, and entertainments. Food and fun will all be available at the family-friendly event. Well, mark your calendars for the 26th as well. The Guam National Guard will also open up the Barragata facility for an open house. The compound will be open to the entire public and will include static displays from some of our Air Guard and Army Guard units. Food trucks, entertainment, and other family activities will also be featured. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. It's now time for your weather with Ray.
I get it now. I get it. Just leave that there. Leave the music there for a second. But it's trunk or treat because in the military, you've got your trunks, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Like
within your car trunks.
Oh, so it'd be like car trunks as well?
Your car trunk, your truck, your pickup, the back of your pickup truck. And so the competition is which unit can decorate their trunk the best.
Okay.
And so you've got, of course, Halloween-themed
Now, which unit is supposed to win this? Because I know that there's a variety of units. Is there a distinction between the Army Guard and the Air Guard?
Well, it's all one big Guard family,
right?
So everybody's there. But of course, it's friendly
but
competition,
the Army
and
guys,
I'm going to have to say the Air Guard will come out strong.
Because the husband of me.
Yeah. But it is such a fun activity, and the way they really decorate their trunks so elaborately. You go in there, and it's like a little haunted house in the back of somebody's pickup truck. And
so just watch the difference. Folks, you need to go to this. It's open to the public, right? So, folks,
not this one. This one is for ID card
the other one.
holders,
Okay, so
but
ID.
if you
ID
have
card.
a friend with an ID, they can sponsor you one.
All right, but you need to see what this looks like. This is the way it works now. The Air Guard guys, they're built for science, right? The Army guys, they're built for torque. So there you will see a distinction between the two of them. Weather for tomorrow night when that happens: mostly cloudy, isolated showers, maybe some thunderstorms during the day. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour tomorrow. Highs 88 and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Not much different from the weather forecast that we've got for today. Mostly cloudy skies, some isolated showers and thunderstorms. There's northeast winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs 88 degrees and overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. Sunday through Wednesday, it's a repeat of the same forecast. Mostly cloudy skies and some isolated showers. So we can take a look at the weather radar. Not like it makes any difference to the way I'm going to interpret it. We got word earlier that it was supposed to be raining, and I'm waiting on some pictures from Inarahan, because the word I got from my contact in Inarahan is the sun is shining. It's either that or she's a big Carl Gutierrez supporter. So we'll see what happens. It's possible that it might have done some heavy raining up in the Jigo area. Taking a look at the satellite imagery that we've got here, the latest satellite image, and it shows that there is a massive clouds that is moving into our general area. As Paul Stanko said in the last hour on the program, ain't no biggie. It's just, what do you call it, wiggles? They're just wiggles.
Yeah, wiggles.
Just wiggles in the stream here. It's a surface trough, and that's all we're going to get. It's going to bring some cloud cover, and that'll be all right because it'll keep the house fairly cool. If you're hunting sunset tonight, 6 o'clock. Straight up, that's when we're supposed to, I don't want to say green flash. I want to say green flash, but it's so cloudy, I don't think we're going to get a green flash. But you can go and look for one anyway at some of the usual spots. So sunset hunters, you know who you are, and you need to be where you need to be by 6 o'clock tonight. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Guam Regional Medical City. And they said, we're going to change the tag, Gibson. So here's the new tag for Guam Regional Medical City. Your first stop in all your specialty care needs. I remember just the other day, had some friends, Sybil Crisostomo and the speech pathologist that they've got out there, Chris and another pretty girl that was in here doing physical therapy. And you can go there and just do that. You don't need to get brain surgery or knee replacement. Did you know that they did hip replacements at GRMC? I did not know that until I was actually talking with them. And I said, well, what kind of patients you see for your physical therapy? And they said, oh, we got Dr. So-and-so, and he does hip replacements, and sometimes we see those patients. I'm like, hip replacement surgery on Guam? It's a thing. Talk to your doctor and then get the referral to Guam Regional Medical City. Portions of the program also brought to you by American President Lines, APL, Global Home, and a local presence, and the guys over at American Water Tech. And I did it again. I brought my big Fiji water bottle in and filled it up with some of that good water from American Water Tech, because we got one of those gizmos in the cafeteria here at the radio station. You need to get one as well. A lot less expensive than you think. American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It is about one of my favorite things in the whole wide world to do here at the radio station. That is occasionally taking a look at the Facebook Live and see who we are sharing our mornings with. Daryl Taggarty doing Tall Tales at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Chalorna Laurent from over at Guam Regional Medical City in the studio. I got Eddie Cruz who's saying good morning to Dave Duenas. Nick Prolosky who says in the Navy they are called sea bags. But yeah, I guess trunks everywhere else. But Mana says they're talking about car trunks for the contest that's going to be taking place tomorrow night. Alicia Canat is there. Zita San Augustin is online with us this morning. That's nice. And so is Joni and Ken Borja, classmates of mine. That's nice. What is it? Eddie Cruz saying, loving the family affair on the Gibson Silva Tyron show. I'm going to start calling Ramon Buffy, as in Jody and Buffy from the family affair from the 60s. You remember it at all?
No.
Dun, 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 dun,
I wasn't
dun,
around.
dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun,
I know Buffy the
dun,
Vampire
dun,
Slayer.
dun, let me. I might be able to, if I get really bored, dig out the theme from YouTube and play it. But I'm afraid if I do play the theme from Family Affair, then all anybody's going to do is just spend the next hour sitting in the bath of nostalgia, just a warm, cozy bath of nostalgia. There's something
wrong
about
with that on
mu-
a Friday morning.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we got maybe later in the show we'll get around to doing something like that. Family Affair stuff. No, it's not. We have not yet gone completely deep into the family affair and the special and unique relationships between siblings, especially the two of us here in the program. There's every family has got, you got more than one or two kids, and there's always a different kind of relationship between them. Obviously, we all love each other, but Monty and I know that we were our parents' favorites.
I don't know about you.
Mom always liked us best. John Wigston's online.
Me best.
Melissa Salas Akimoto.
Even people who have no idea about the family relationship would say, no, that's not possible.
Couldn't possibly be right. Really, no, you know why? Because I could always occupy myself more than any of the other three growing up. I required the least attention whatsoever, and so my mom would just do whatever, and I would be happy with a knife and a stick. That's all I needed to keep myself occupied. I required no other parental intervention. Rudy Magallanes is there. Deanna Palmer is online, and so that's what this talk show is all about. It's the equivalent now of a knife and a stick. Tom Tonzi's there, and so is when I saw Derwin Flores, my heart leapt a little bit because I thought, wait a second, is that Derwin Flores? Or is it the guy that we've been talking about in the newspaper? Or is it Darwin Fortes? Oh my God, the guy's he's tuned in. But if you're a 20-year-old in high school, maybe you don't have the smarts to tune in. And there are a couple of other people that are hanging out in the program as well. Did I already say Phil Leon Guerrero's online? All right. Well, he is. It's 7:17 in the morning, and time to take a look at some of the businessy stuff that to take care of. I wanted to finish up on the markets. I don't have any of the numbers on Tapas Crude again because I got stuck looking at pictures on Facebook. I'll just be honest with you. 888-825-5888-TALK. GM workers remaining on strike while voting on UAW's 4-year contract proposal. That will be an interesting story to see how that shakes out here. So we're just going to keep the numbers going up and wondering if the quality of the cars is going to get any better. Dow Jones Industrial Average still over 27,000. A little bit of a rally today, 61 points in the green. NASDAQ at 81.56. They're up by 32 points. And the S&P 500 at 29.97. They're up by 8.26 points. Now, taking a look at the commodities, 54.10 for West Texas crude, and I got to take a look at the numbers to see where that was the other day. That's actually up. I don't like that. 52.91, I think, was the number I was looking at the other day, and now up to $54.10. I'll see if I can poke around and find the number for Tapas before it gets to be too much later. Where are we? Welcome to Big Flavor County. I was looking at. And I'm gonna take my newspaper back here because I wanted to take a look at some of the job openings that we have in this town. As I mentioned, Jim Bigley's leaving DFS, so if anybody thinks they might be able to replace him over there, don't you want that job? Don't you want to be?
No, I just got a raise. The minimum wage just went up. I'm not going to split now.
That's great, right? I used to give him a hard time because he had this BMW. They got him a BMW convertible. That was like his company car was this BMW convertible. So we get in the car, and he pulls out his iPhone, and he takes a cord, an aux cord, and plugs it into the iPhone and plugs it into the BMW. I'm going, Jim, those people are taking advantage of you. They gave you a car that doesn't even have Bluetooth. They're spitting at you, man. You got to go find something else. And apparently he did. But if you're looking for a job, and so I'd called DFS. We had to do that later on, get DFS on the phone. Yeah, I heard Jim Bigley's leaving. Can I pick up an application? You don't even have to put me in the slums of Repulse Bay. All right, so.
Big shoes to fill.
Absolutely big shoes to fill. Well, I'm wondering if he leaves, who's going to be watching the case between the DFS and the airport that has been going on since about when Jim got there. That when Lodi came aboard, and there were all those questions and comments and all the controversy that swirled around that. For all intents and purposes, Jim had been driving that bus, and I'm wondering who's going to drive it when he's gone. But if you're looking for a gig, here's another big high-flying gig. Black Construction's looking for a financial analyst and a senior accountant. I might have some of those skills. Let me ask that Matnya lady if she can get me a diploma. 5-Star Wholesale Foods is looking for a delivery driver and a warehouse worker. I think they're looking for guys over at Guam Solid Waste Authority, which is neat because that's a all-you-can-eat job if you want. Gilbane. Have you heard of this company, Jer?
No.
Gilbane is hiring construction professionals. It's 2019 on Guam. Who isn't hiring construction professionals? Project managers, quality control guys, superintendents, estimators, design managers, and safety managers. They're so desperate for people. You know the guy that is holding the flag over at 8, 10, and 16? You're going to make him a safety manager before too much longer because he knows how to do that. Guam Legal Services Corporations and Disability Law Center is looking for an attorney. JWS needs a service and business manager. That's a cool job. It's at JWS.
Oh, okay.
The air conditioning people.
Yeah, I know how to do that.
No.
There was a gag. There was a bit. Phew, 10 barbecues later. JWS, cool job.
Yeah. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right.
Sorry.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. That's all right.
And one of my favorite job positions of all time.
I know, snitch pig.
I had when I was doing this for a living.
Yeah.
When I was doing this for a living, I had the same kind of reaction from news people.
Yeah.
They were just oblivious in their own world. You run this A material by them, and they just go, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I am actually working here, and I know my rights.
I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch. All right, so we've been doing this all morning. We're all miming with Darwin J. Fortes, JFK student, caught with alcohol on campus. He was belligerent, uncooperative, according to police documents, and told the police, "I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch." Now, when I say that, I sound like an old guy. So just try to read something out of the newspaper. But Jerry Roberts, you've done characters in your past. You've done character radio in the past. So I need to hear Jerry Roberts' best version of that line.
No, because I'll get in trouble if I do it, because it'll come out like a certain ethnicity or something.
Right?
And all of a sudden they're going to say,
look, if it comes out...
Well, the real Joe Cruz sounded like he was part of the Mexican cartel.
Orale.
Okay, so who would it be?
Willard Kalakis.
I'm not a pig, a snitch pig. I know my rights. Something like that. I never did Willard myself, but
there was always somebody.
That's what I remember.
Big Flavor Company. And getting back to jobs here, this is important. They're actually doing Cloverdale Foods is applying. They're looking for applicants. They come out. I swear these guys come here twice a year, and they're looking for people that want to go live. I forget where Cloverdale is. It's somewhere out in Forgotten Fork, Wyoming, or someplace. But they are in the business. These guys are. It's a meat company. And I want to say that things like Applewood smoked bacon that we get at Wendy's comes from an outfit like Cloverdale. And so what they want to do is they want to come and find people here on Guam that want to go live there and do meat packing.
They're always out here.
Yeah.
I mean, somehow or another, they figured out they can get the qualified people they need here.
And a whole bunch of them.
And a bunch. And this is what, 2 or 3 years in the running?
At least.
They've been coming out here for this?
Because I've read this ad. I've read this same ad when I was at K57. So these guys have been here for a long time.
And I think this is a really good look because competitors, people in industry, know what the other guys are doing, pretty much. So if they think that Guam has a place where they can come and get talent, well, that's a good thing.
And maybe you are that talent that they're going to be looking for. They're today at the GCC training room from 9:30 to 2:30. They will be accepting applications. And if you're going, oh, man, if I'd have known yesterday, I would have bought nice Zoris, then go to the University of Guam on the 21st and 22nd. They'll be at the School of Public Business and Administration, 10:30 to 3:30, and the Westin at the Unai Ballroom on the 24th and 25th. And my guess is that these guys have probably got thousands of applications already. But get yourself, if you want to, get yourself
lined up for that. I wonder if anyone's approaching them and asking them to set up their hub here on Guam.
Like a human resources hub? Just bring people in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Business here.
Maybe somebody at Gita should be talking to them.
I know somebody who used to work over at
maybe
Gita.
They're listening.
I think Melanie's another big job fair coming up. And I had the lady in the studio yesterday from the Census 2020. They're going to be hiring literally hundreds of people.
800 people they will need. They will become the second largest employer.
Right. And
they did that for a certain period of time.
They do it every 10 years.
Yeah. And they're ground pounders, so it's not like you just sit at a desk and write your reports. You actually go out there and you could.
But there are those people that do that. That they need those people as well.
Well, the enumerator position is 30. I mean, if you annualize this, $36,000 a year job.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the ground pounding part of it. But there are other positions: crew leaders, assistant crew leaders, office clerks, and field operations supervisor will be making a whopping $20 an hour for the time that the census is going to be going on. They're going to be hiring and training immediately, and then actually getting some of the work done back in February, March, and April of 2020. So you're going to be employed for a long time to get this gig.
Even the office clerks were up to about $14 an hour.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not everybody, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And short-term employment, absolutely.
There are a couple of requirements. You must be 18 years of age or over. You must be able to pass an FBI background check. And I'm wondering how many people are going, oh, darn. FBI, there's that FBI thing again, ever since the incident in '87. And you must be able to say perfectly, I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch. It's 7:26 in the morning, and that's all the time that we've got to pretend to talk about
Somehow
business.
I got a feeling this is going to be the tagline for a long time.
It could be, I know my rights, pig. Where are we? Jerry Roberts is in the studio, as you can tell, and that must mean it's time for him to do the Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
We are discussing leadership styles again today. We'll describe those you've seen, and if you're a manager, the styles you've likely used. Let's see if you see yourself in any of what's to come. That's next on The Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Want 10% off your next flight to the U.S.? Now through October 31, receive 10% off select United Airlines flights to the U.S. when you purchase your ticket with your United credit card or United Mileage Plus credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. Use promo code FHB019 when booking your flight. With a travel sale like this, you could wake up to a different sunrise in any part of the U.S. Visit FHB.com/United Fair Sale 19 to learn more. Terms and conditions and restrictions apply. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC.
Yesterday, we quoted from Douglas McGregor's book, The Human Side of Enterprise, where he discussed two types of managers, Theory X and Theory Y. Now, Theory X proponents didn't have a very high opinion of workers. They see workers as avoiding solid effort, and you have to push them hard to get anything done. Theory Y managers see things differently. They believe employees are able to work on their own, be productive, and add creativity to their efforts. The next examples of leadership styles have to do with how much of leadership is shared. First, you have autocratic leaders. They are somewhat like the Theory X variety. Autocrats want to maintain control of the situation and make the decisions. They don't consult their team. That can be beneficial in companies where work moves fast, since they can make quick decisions and stick with them. But as a downside, it can fall short with engagement. Next up, the Democratic leader. This is more like theory Y, with the manager involving people in the decision-making. They want everybody to take part, to gain a sense of ownership. They do have input into decisions, and the Democratic leader reserves the right to make the final decision. The third option here is the laissez-faire leader. This person is the complete opposite of the micromanager we all know. Laissez-faire managers provide the tools to do a job and then step away, letting the worker handle things. Self-starters will love this style, as they can truly move at their own pace, which is usually accelerated. However, the laissez-faire style can hurt those who lack self-motivation and a degree of structure. The final style to consider is the servant leader. It is potentially the most impactful of all, but it also is the most challenging, as it requires a mindset change in how to be the organization's leader. Servant leaders have the laser focus to make one specific group of people as successful as humanly possible. That group, the people who report directly to them. Maybe you have one, maybe 10, maybe nobody yet. Servant leaders get to know each person well, coach them up, remove blockages that hurt performance, and help them drive themselves to achieve things they probably thought were beyond their capabilities. By this example, they create new servant leaders. There's no one way to deal with workplace issues. All of these styles can produce results. You just have to be sure which one works in the given situation. Will that require experimentation and time to figure out? Probably, but it's worth the effort. The key factor is seeing which style people respond well to. You're not going to find a one-size-fits-all approach. The last couple of days, we've identified a half-dozen different ways to categorize leaders. Being able to identify those differences and understanding them lets us communicate more effectively, get further, and do better. That's the Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Appreciate that. Another outstanding Jerry Roberts deal, and I'm trying to find out which of those I am. And is it possible to be a little bit of each of them?
Yeah, you could be, but it might be a little confusing to the people that you supervise.
So one day be real laissez-faire, and then the next time just be total autocrat and just confuse everybody.
Yeah, you could be. I would sense. Can I just go out on a limb here?
Mm-hmm.
I would sense that you might be more an autocrat than you would be a Democrat. And I don't think laissez-faire is necessarily your style.
But I like to generally think that that for me it's here's the job. I'm not going to tell you how to do it. I hired you because you should already know how to do it, and then get out of the way. But give them all the tools that they need. Right, Joe?
Real Joe is being very careful to reserve comment. I can see his censoring over there.
Absolutely. 100, sir.
They'll give you nice toy. It's all the radio stations on Guam. Who's got the nicest toys? And you've worked at all of them. Who's got the nicest toys?
We do.
By far. I mean, more working computer screens, all the lights, the flushable toilets, all of that.
Best of the best.
Best of the best.
Good answer, Joe.
Absolutely.
So if I can say, I would sense that you are more laissez-faire than you are an autocrat.
Probably.
And then again, you could be more Democrat than you are laissez-faire.
I'm going to have to reread the thing. Go to GuamTraining.com.
You will. I think I will. I'm not sure.
7:32 in the morning, and one other businessy thing to leave you with here. People who make more money are more satisfied. According to a recent survey, showed that people who make more than $75,000 a year are far more likely than those who make $25,000 a year to say they are very satisfied with their lives. New research shows that data a little bit flawed. I don't know how they could screw that up, but generally, if you're making a lot of money, you're more or less satisfied. Is that the case with everybody?
No, not even close.
No.
Not even close. Money is
maybe not at the beginning of the year when they have to pay taxes, right?
Money is a satisfier, not a motivator, though. Doesn't mean you can be happy with your job.
So the next time somebody comes to you and asking for a raise, so they can be more satisfied, just say no. You know, it's not gonna help you. It's not gonna help you. This won't make you happy.
What makes you happy is Albert Juan just walked in with a surfboard.
See, so again, as now, what is that? How does that describe my management style? One of my leaders here at the company has been surfing all morning. He made it to work on time, but he brings a surfboard in.
A surfboard with him.
Getting the the job done, guys. 7:33.
That's how we got to work.
And that is all the time that we've got for Jerry Roberts in the businessy section of the program. Montesilva's got headlines coming up in a second, being brought to you by GPSI. Al and his team of professional services guys want to help you do some business with the federal government and them. Find out how they can help by calling Al at GPSI 477-3058. And you'll also find that Al is indeed one of the loudest people on Guam. The program's also brought to you by Auntie Loli Camet of Remax Diamond Realty. For all of your real estate needs, they can be reached at 688-6743. Again, Lolita Camet, 688-6743. Now, Montesilva with news from the Guam Daily Post.
It was hoped that the two sides would come to an agreement, but instead they agreed to disagree. Delegate Mike Nicholas asking Governor Lou Leon Guerrero to join him in pushing his war reparations bill as a sole solution. Governor Leon Guerrero says she supports his efforts, but also says she'll continue her support for a local measure to give $7.5 million to the War Claims Fund. The new commander to Joint Region Marianas, Rear Admiral John Manoni, invited senators to conduct a tour of the firing range complex up at Anderson Air Force Base. The tour yesterday included the site of found artifacts and a housing area for the Marines set to move to Guam from Okinawa. The Speaker of the Legislature says she feels better about how the artifacts are being handled. A 20-year-old JFK student arrested by Guam police after allegedly drinking on campus. Darwin Fortes hiding the plastic bottle in his sweater. This is his second alcohol-related arrest. The first last year involved the theft of booze from a Dedito store. He was charged with robbery in that case. Two dogs found beaten and left to die in a Jigo trash pile, and now Gain is asking the public to help them find who did it. The dogs were found in Agafagumas, and it appears they were beaten with a hammer and left to die. Call police if you have any information on that case. And those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, pick up a copy of the Guam Daily Post or log on to their website at postguam.com.
It's 7:36. That's iConnect time. Call iConnect at 888-8888 and ask them about some great deals they've got for you, like the tax refund promo. As you get a year's worth of service, they'll throw in a free month, and they'll give you a phone for free. Terms and conditions apply. I don't know what they are. You called them up at 888-8888.
Lolita Camet from Remax Diamond Realty, a friendly, hardworking, and passionate Remax professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military, and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Camet from Remax Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
GPSI Guam is a professional services company that is a registered contractor for the federal government. They're an SBA, 8A, and Hub Zone certified SDVOSB, providing program/project management, administration, technical support, logistics, and commodities. Find out more about GPSI and how they can help you today. For large prime companies, contact GPSI if you need assistance in meeting your small business subcontracting goals at 477-3058. They'll be happy to assist.
But they come out in January, I think, 7:37 in the morning, and I'll explain what that's about in a second. Taking a look at the traffic gizmo now. Northbound traffic, almost non-existent. There is a little bit, but mostly southbound traffic is people trying to get out of the heavily populated north end of the island into Centru. So if you're coming out of Jigo, expect the usual delays just before you get to Waisang Song. It'll open up a little bit past that, and then you meet up with traffic that is going to be heavy coming out of Route 3 onto Marine Corps Drive. Right now, it only goes up. It's only stalled right up until about the Micronesia Mall, but that's because it's only 7:38. It's going to busy up before you know it and start to get ugly between there and the Kmart intersection. Once you're past that, should be smooth sailing into the downtown Tamuning area. And if you're going all the way into Agana, I don't see any major problems at any of the intersections leading up to that in the East Agana area. Route 8 running fairly clear for the most part, but 8, 10, and 16 is starting to get a little bit busy. Both directions, you'll see a little bit of congestion at the intersection on Route 8 in both directions. Coming out of Happy Mart, expect some delays southbound through there, and from Untalon Middle School and Wendy's all the way to the intersection, things moving slower than normal right now. 10 and 15. A little bit busy. In fact, everything past Santa Teresita Church towards Route 8 is running a little bit slow. Around Father Duenas, not so bad. Around the Payless on Route 10, it's a little bit ruddy. 4 and 10 busy, and then as we take a look at the rest of Route 4 into the downtown Agutnia area, expect some delays in the Ordot area up in Sinahanya when you get to the gas station. That light doesn't seem to be working for everybody, does it? And then the usual stuff into downtown Agutnia. One last thing for me to look at, and that is Navy Hospital and Guam High area, a little bit busy through there. And, of course, Navy and Sumai is always busy at this time. 7:39, that's right now traffic here on The Point.
It's a one-of-a-kind wine fundraiser. Guahan Sustainable Culture presents Wine in the Garden. The Hamamoto Gardens help support food sovereignty, security, and sustainability while sipping wines from around the world, surrounded by 50-some acres of beautiful farm and garden. Tickets are $75 each. Proceeds support education and outreach on how important, easy, and fun sustainable practices can be. Wine in the Garden is on Saturday evening, October 26th, starting at 5. For more details, go to our website, gusustainable.org, or call 687-6491.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East-West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Lolita Cabot from RE/MAX Diamond Realty, a friendly, hardworking, and passionate RE/MAX professional, is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and to helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Cabot from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK is the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And from time to time, we were fortunate enough to catch him early this morning, and it is time for us to spend a couple of minutes with my Uncle Robert Underwood, and we reach out to him on a regular basis for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's usually some issues and topics out there that are floating around that I need some guidance on and a little bit of coaching so I know from which angle to attack it in terms of talk radio. The other reason why I like to reach out to him at least once a week is because I'm his favorite nephew, and near as I can tell, I'm the only one that talks to him anymore. Uncle Robert's on the line. Good morning, Uncle Robert. How you doing?
Hi, good morning, Ray. Good to hear from you, and good to see you last night.
Well, it was good seeing you last night as well over at the get-together at the museum. Judy Selk Flores has been honored with the kind of Guam's version of a Lifetime Achievement Award, and they've taken about every available scrap of her work over the last, 50 years, and put it into just a gorgeous exhibit at the Guam Museum.
Oh, it's amazing woman. I first worked with her back in 1976 when I was assistant principal at Inaran Junior High, and she was a teacher there.
Wow.
And obviously you could tell from then she had a great spirit and a great relationship with kids and inspired whole generations to do artwork.
And there's so much to be inspired by. She came to Guam when she was just a little girl and fell in love with the island immediately, and learned the language and the customs of people. And it's you close your eyes and you listen to her speak Chamorro and you go, it doesn't feel like there's even a genetic difference between her and you, as an example.
Okay, well, that's a good example.
Yeah, I thought it was and a very well attended event. Practically everybody was there. I was there wearing my white jeans. Now
People love Judy Flores.
And so walking around in the place, and Ron Castro gets a picture of me. Now I could show the pictures of Judy, accepting her awards and making her speech and getting a handshaken by the governor and lieutenant governor and Anne Marie and all of those people. But I think at this time I'd just like to show a picture of me wearing my nice white jeans at the museum get together last night, and pointing out, as I did to Montesilva, somebody said I look really serious in this picture, and the reason why is because I'm noticing that there are no ceiling tiles at that part of the museum. What's up with that, Uncle Robert?
I don't know, but, there was a little bit of a funny story related to the museum. I went there about 2 days ago, and the flags were at half staff. So I went in there, and I asked the people who worked there, I said, who died? Did somebody die that I don't know? Says, no, the crank doesn't work, and we can only take it up that far.
I think it's still under warranty.
I hope so.
You got 18 months to file a complaint.
I've been waiting all week to tell you that.
So I'm not in total complaint mode because it's Friday and I don't get frowny faced on Friday. But I will say that of the 4 doors in front of the museum, one of them needs oil. So I'm listening to. I'm trying to listen to the Josh talk. I'm trying to listen to the governor make her speech and their remarks about Judy. And then when Judy got up, I couldn't hear very well. And there's this door, and every time somebody would walk in and out of it, it would for a long time. And I'm thinking, you know what? There's the other 3 doors don't make any noise, but everybody needed to walk into that door that made all of the noise. So who's in charge of the museum now?
I don't know.
It would be the Department of Chamorro Affairs.
Department of Chamorro Affairs.
See Mana next to you.
Yeah, well,
I'm no longer in any position to receive your complaints, but I can refer you to the proper authorities at Chamorro Affairs. I believe it's Anne-Marie, right? Anne-Marie?
Authorities.
I think you're right. It is Anne-Marie over there. At any rate, so we got that. So congratulations to her. And, yeah, it was an absolute delight to see you last night, although it was strange going to a museum function where they didn't actually have any open bottles of booze.
Well, they had wine, sort of.
You know what? I left because they weren't open. I thought that would be the first thing they did as soon as Judy was done. As soon as they cut the ribbon on the exhibit, I thought that's it. Open up the bottles, and nobody ran to open up the bottles. I said, forget it. I'm going to Carabao. So that's how I ended up on the thing. Speaking of other big deals, you're right. You noticed that Mana is with me now.
Hi, Uncle Robert.
Hi, Mana. Good to see you.
Kevin went to go work over at PNC, and I said, great, that means I can give Mana a job finally. So Mana and I are working together in the morning show here on the radio station. She will take care of the news stuff, and I'll do the political gossip and the smart aleck comments. But I'm leaving some space for you to make some smart aleck comments as well. So have you been to the new Payless in Mighty?
I did not go because it just looks so crowded.
And he has his own Payless.
I have a Payless down the street.
Yes.
Right there.
Yeah, but still, aren't you curious to see what it is that they've got there? Because now you're...
That the Oka Payless doesn't have.
Well, they're going to have this. In fact, there were a couple of guys there yesterday. This is going to be like, for me, Home Depot. I'm going to just go to Payless every day to see what else new they've got. But there were a bunch of guys standing around.
A lot of people just walking around but not buying anything.
There was plenty of that yesterday as well when I was in the place. But people want to see what's going on. They've got this dry-aged room, for lack of a better word, where they get meat and then they leave it in there and dry age it. And over time, as the enzymes break down in this hermetically climate-controlled environment, it adds additional flavors and, I don't know, spunkiness to the meat or something like that. So it was nice to see that. They've got this...
Well, I'm going to buy some and put it in the freezer and cook it later.
Well, I think you're gonna have to wait. Apparently, it's one of those things where it's not like they brought in anything that was pre-dried aged, so it's actually starting from last week.
I see.
Now on other news and we talked about this before because I wanted to make sure that there was a big noise made about it. Is the students were facing adjustment, they called it in the press, an adjustment of their tuition and fees and things like that at the University of Guam. I imagine that you watched that play out. No?
I did. And in fact, I teach, and I talked to the students asked me about it the other day, so I talked to them about tuition and the cost of running a university.
Mm-hmm.
And,
did it help? Because they still came out.
No, they said they're going to walk out anyway. I said, okay, that's great.
So it's always nice when
I did remind them. I said, when I was president, there was a leader with drums blaring and beating the drums, and he was walking, and he was mad, and he led the protests. And that was about 300 students.
Mm-hmm.
And that person is now... Ken Cooper, assistant professor of political science, PhD.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, so, I said there's hope for everybody.
Well, but it's got to tickle you a little bit, when you've got these kids that are going out there and protesting and doing their walkouts and staging these protests and getting involved here. But as a former president of the University of Guam, does it not strike you as kind of, well, let me tell you the other side of the story, is give these young people a sense of what it takes to run the university?
If I'm asked, I will say, but basically the problem at the university is that the promised allotments were never kept, and it just kept accumulating over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So as a consequence, what happens to the university is they hire more and more part-time instructors, which means that the quality, not that the instruction is so bad, but when you hire a part-time instructor instead of a full-time, you can't expect them to do research, you can't expect them to do service, you can't expect them to do student advisement, and so as a consequence, the quality of the academic service declines. But it could have been avoided, but there's some tuition increase has to be anticipated, and still the University of Guam is still around 25 percentile, which means 75% of all public universities in the U.S. charge more tuition than UOG.
So you can complain about it all you want, but you're still getting a high-quality education for a lot less than...
The faculty, and of course everybody who works there, expects to be paid at national average.
Well, yeah.
You can't have, if you want national average, well, then you're going to have to, the legislature's share, and I point this out. When I was academic vice president in 1992, the legislature appropriated $32 million to the University of Guam.
In 1992?
In 1992. And what is it today?
$27 million.
They pass in the legislature and the governor signed. I think it's 28 or 29 million.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, during, I don't want to take a lot of time doing this, but we got 2 8-year periods of accreditation because of the academic management, because of in fact, the financial management of the University of Guam drew such praise from the accreditors, they offered us as a model to other institutions.
Nice.
Well, that's not going to happen anymore because they're not getting the money that they were promised. That's the reality.
So all of these senators that are going down there siding with the kids and saying we disagree with this tuition increase need to put their money where their mouths is and in next year's budget appropriate some real dollars to them and then make sure that the governor, who says that she is for education and education here on Guam at the University of Guam, has to come through with 100% of the allotment.
That's right, and everybody promised full allotment when they were running.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, it just seems to a little bit of bait and switch. I get this feeling as a voter here on Guam. And let me get a piece of advice. Jerry Roberts is running around. In fact, Dr. Ron McNitch, who you might know from over at the University of Guam, had penned an interesting article the other day in the newspaper, waiting for a shakeup of Guam's personality-based political system. And then he starts doing one of these things where he does this Ron McNitch splaining, bifurcation effect, et cetera, et cetera. But he says at the end of this, in the area of politics, I'm still waiting to see a third party emerge and shake up Guam's personality-based political system. This would change the way elected politics operates on Guam in a number of ways. As I've said many times before, few politicians on Guam really follow national ideologies. Given some of the craziness today in national politics, maybe that's a good thing. But the idea that maybe a third party here on Guam, and so what Jerry Roberts had proposed off the air, and maybe he was just goofing off, was he thinks that maybe it would be a good idea if myself, Mana, my brother David, and big sister Shelley go to the election commission and pick up packets and run under a third party.
Okay. Well,
I also have to propose that some of the Underwood and Berdalio kids can also do the same.
Let's just call it the Underwood.
The Underwood party.
But in my immediate response to Ron McNitch's article is that if we were voting for people on the lack of personality, he would win.
You know, I've been in the entertainment business 1 or 2 days, and usually the smart...
was just laying there. You have to pick it up.
Yeah, well, so usually you exit the stage.
There's not a lot of ideology here, but of course it's a small community. That's what you get out of a small community is you get relationships.
Mm-hmm.
And if the solution is to not have relationships with other people and to not be driven by, there's a little bit of hero worship and also a little bit of trashing of politicians, which goes over the top here. And I used to tell people, I said, Guam doesn't have really legitimate celebrities. So we don't have sports heroes or movie stars. They're very few, but we have a lot of politicians. So all of our gossip instincts go to those people. All of our hopes goes to those people. All of our fears goes to those people. And it's a little bit overburdening, I think, for some politicians. Of course, some just eat it up. They love it.
Yes. Guess which kind I will be if I were ever to run under the banner of the Underwood Party. But God, that sounds like fun, doesn't it?
It does, because there's a few others that should join in.
Absolutely, absolutely. Listen, 7:55,
and we would have almost no ideology in common.
None whatsoever. No, and this is an absolute total fact. I often say that we are representatives of the Republican branch of the Underwood family, and we are significantly outnumbered at family reunions and get-togethers. Well, I'm glad that we had time for this reunion and get-together here today. I appreciate your time. The only other topics that I wanted to talk about was touch on youth crime and the disaster, the looming disaster that is GMH, and now they're saying out loud at the legislature in oversight hearings that the idea is never mind fixing the Guam Memorial Hospital that we have, but building a brand new one. What do you think of that?
Well, it's, this car won't run anymore, and I won't fix it. I want to buy a brand new one. It just seems like a diversion from the real situation. But, I was talking to somebody the other day, and I think as much as 18% of our total gross island product goes into medical care, goes into health care, insurance, the physicians, the clinics, the hospital, all of that. And it just seems to me that there has to be a kind of a comprehensive solution there waiting for something to happen because, GMH is not well run. We all know that. And, it seems like the same issues keep coming up over and over. But at the base of it, too, is resources. But, there's a lot of maybe there are investors who are willing to take on the responsibility of GMH and at the same time provide a med school and provide new ways of looking at medical services on Guam. One of the kind of unknown realities here is that we have maybe 4,000 or 5,000 retirees who no longer live here because they're afraid of health care here. And so that means that those GovGuam retirees are living in the States and they're spending their money over there. And the reason why they're over there is because they're concerned about health care here. Imagine if we had a kind of a different constellation that brought those people back, that we developed specialties for, geriatric care, and then we have an investor who puts money into that, puts money into a med school, and operates the hospital. We just need a different model.
Could be, a game changer.
It just doesn't work.
Game changer. Maybe there's something that maybe there's some incentivizing that they can do. In fact, I know that there's incentivizing that they do over at GITA, qualifying certificates for a variety of health care, new health facilities, that kind of thing are all almost immediately qualifiable for qualifying certificates. So the incentivizing is there. Maybe you're right. It's just a different plan. Too serious of a conversation for a Friday. I got to let you run.
We got off track right away.
I know. What are you going to be doing this weekend? Anything you and Auntie Narissa doing? Anything fun?
No, nothing fun. Just watch TV.
I got that. Maybe I'll come by.
Of my favorite teams, the Rams, the Dodgers, USC Trojans.
Oh, there's. I was going to say, your Dodgers are already out of the World Series, but you're still watching?
I watched it, yeah. I'm kind of rooting for the Nats, but I don't know why.
I saw. The only reason why I would root for the Nats is because I've got this pretty friend. Her name is Whitney, and Whitney's changed her profile picture to her pointing at her Nats on Facebook. I mean, her T-shirt. That's what I'm trying to say. It's 7:58. She's going to kill me. I got to let you run, Uncle Robert. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Love you, mean it, and big kiss to Auntie Narissa. We do that.
Love to you and Auntie Narissa.
We do that every week. We spend some time with him because, near as I can tell, none of our cousins talk to Uncle Robert, so we're like the only ones that take out the time.
Well, I am his favorite.
Might disagree with you on that one. Kenny Williams online. Elwin Timpaco Kitano is chiming in. We'll tell you what he's got to say in a little bit. June Bells Carino is there hanging out, and Darlene Bloss. Even Kevin Kerrigan from the Pacific News Center is watching us here this morning because he knows that this is where the news gets made. Director Cho is online. Jose Martinez, cousin Tommy Barcinas there, James Joyce, and a whole slew of people. Did I see Brad Hewitt online? Yes. He chimed in right after Jerry Roberts talking about
Brad.
What about possessing different leadership styles depending on your employees? That doesn't mean treating people differently. It means knowing how to motivate each different employee to be their successful selves. I agree with that. Brad Hewitt, thanks for joining us from all the way in Texas. What do we got coming up? Fox News Live, Montesilva with Tyrone with some news, and Renee's going to be in here. We'll pretend to talk about sports.
In front of a judge, I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Two men accused of conspiring with associates of President Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, to make illegal campaign contributions enter pleas in federal court. Fox's Gernal Scott has more live.
Lisa, David Correa and Andrei Kukushkin each pleaded not guilty to a single conspiracy charge. They are accused of making contributions to those in office who could benefit their political interests and a business venture believed to involve recreational marijuana. Their next court date will be in early December. They are linked to two other men, Igor Parmas and Lev Fruman, who are more closely tied to Rudy Giuliani and to an effort to get Ukraine to investigate 2020 Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden and his son. Parmas and Fruman will be arraigned next week, Lisa.
Gernal House Intelligence Committee Chair Adam Schiff reacting after acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney admitted the White House held up military aid to Ukraine while President Trump pushed Ukraine to investigate Democrats.
Things have just gone from very, very bad to much, much worse.
This is at least 8 closed-door interviews are set for next week as the House continues its impeachment inquiry into President Trump. Energy Secretary Rick Perry is leaving the administration. The Associated Press reporting he informed the president of his decision aboard Air Force One as they head to a rally in Dallas.
By making the request today to leave the post of the president, it's very interesting because it makes us wonder, was this related to the whole Ukraine story? In fact, sources tell Fox News that it was Perry, along with EU Ambassador Sondland, Kurt Volker, all working with Rudy Giuliani on this idea of getting the Ukrainians to participate or at least not obstruct any possible investigations into malfeasance dating back to 2016.
Fox's Kevin Corke at the White House. America is listening to Fox News.
Hi, welcome to this ad for new Subway sliders starting at $2.49 each. How do you want it? Cheer Squad.
Woo! Go Subway sliders starting at $2.49 each. Woo! Give me a $2.49 ham and jack slider.
$2.49 ham and jack slider.
Give me a $2.49 Italian spice slider.
$2.49 Italian spice slider.
What's that spell?
It doesn't really spell anything.
New Subway sliders starting at $2.49 each. Go Sliders!
Subway, make it what you want.
All your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV without the cable contract and the freedom of on-demand streaming. Get current network shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and binge watch every season of your favorite cable shows. Premium Hulu viewing is brought to you by Proline Automotive and AB Sports, Guam's store for Nike. To advertise on Hulu, call Choice Digital at 989-0042.
Despite a temporary ceasefire, a bipartisan coalition of senators has prepared wide-ranging sanctions against Turkey if military action begins again.
As Vice President Mike Pence was negotiating a ceasefire in Turkey, senators here were sending their own message to Turkish President Erdogan.
We will not tolerate this. We want a good relationship, but you're destroying it.
South Carolina Republican Lindsey Graham has been a vocal critic of President Trump's decision to withdraw U.S. forces from northern Syria, putting Kurdish fighters at risk. Graham and Maryland Democrat Chris Van Hollen are introducing a sanctions package that would target Turkish banks, energy firms, and put visa restrictions on top Turkish government officials. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Person of interest in the abduction of a 3-year-old Alabama girl has been released from jail after being arrested on unrelated charges. 39-year-old Patrick Devone Stallworth and his girlfriend, 29-year-old Derek Ursha Brown, were arrested Sunday after police released surveillance images of the SUV believed to be involved in Camille Cupcake McKinney's abduction Saturday outside a birthday party. A new Brexit deal has been agreed to.
Negotiations continued through the night and right up to the wire before an agreement was reached. The main problem of how to avoid a hard border between Ireland and Northern Ireland has been solved by agreeing that Northern Ireland will be more closely aligned with the EU than the rest of the UK for at least a few years. And crucially, the deal now allows the UK to negotiate its own free trade deals with other countries and also close unchecked immigration from Europe. But the hardest part lies ahead, as Boris Johnson now has to get it through the British Parliament, where there is significant opposition. He will spend the next few days persuading British politicians it is the only way forward. In London, Benjamin Hall, Fox News.
Wall Street at the close, the Dow up 23, the Nasdaq gained 32, the S&P plus 8 points. I'm Lee Silasera, and this is Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Want to grow your business? Start a new venture? Or stay ahead of the competition? You can. With Docomo Pacific Smart Business Solutions tailored to your specific needs and ambitions, you can do it all. Partner with a network with best-in-class network coverage, state-of-the-art communication platforms, and a team dedicated to providing you with premium support. Call 688-2677 to start your journey to success today. Docomo Pacific Business, delivering your future today.
It's 6 minutes after the hour, half a day, and good morning, Guam. Here are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. There is an agreement of sorts between the governor and delegate on the war claims effort. Well, they agreed to disagree. In a public meeting yesterday called between the two leaders, Governor Lulian Guerrero vowed her continued desire to move forward with the local measure to partially fund the war claims. Senator Mike St. Nicholas staunchly opposed Bill 181 as he says it will send mixed signals in the House and Senate as he pushes his own H.R. 1365. Governor Lulian Guerrero says she believes Bill 181 will only complement the congressman's measure. The local Bill 181 would pay war reparations locally in light of the delay at the federal level. It would create a local war claims fund and authorize the governor to transfer up to $7.5 million into it. That will cover about 750 claims in all. Leon Guerrero reiterated her support for H.R. 1365 as she says it fixes technical issues and allows for the payment of up to $40 million in war reparations using Section 30 funding. In the meeting yesterday, St. Nicholas asked the governor not to push Bill 181 and join him in pushing his measure as a single solution. The governor says, I will have to disagree. Guam senators visited the proposed site for the contentious firing range complex at Andersen Air Force Base, as well as the proposed site for housing the 4,700 Marines that will be relocating here from Okinawa. As Speaker Tina Munya Barnes said, the visit included a stop at a site designated for the artifacts that have been found during the construction. The tour leaving her and some of her colleagues confident in how the artifacts are being cared for. Rear Admiral John Manoni says senators were given the tour as a gesture of being open and transparent. Guam Animals in Needs is asking the community for help in finding the people behind the 2 dogs that were found at a Jigo dump site, beaten with a hammer and left to die. The dogs were found in Agafagumas following an apparent family violence report. Earlier Thursday, GAIN employees responded to the report of a crying injured dog in Jigo. The Guam Police Department also arrived at the scene responding to a family violence report. Police haven't said, though, if the cases are related. Elsewhere in the news from the Post, leaders of the Republic of the Marshall Islands are grateful for the efforts of law enforcement and others who helped bring to light an alleged illegal adoption scheme. But RMI President Hilda Hines says more work needs to be done to protect other unsuspecting women. Hines' remarks follows the arrest of adoption attorney Paul Peterson. Peterson is an elected official from Arizona's Maricopa County. He's charged with a number of offenses in Utah, Arizona, and Arkansas in relation to an alleged international adoption scheme. The charges include communications fraud, human smuggling, and the sale of a child. According to a press release, there were 28 Marshallese women who were duped into the scheme. They were paid $1,000 per month with food and transportation covered by Peterson. Some of these women, according to the report, were even promised $10,000 to put up their unborn child for adoption. Adoptive families were charged up to $35,000 per adoption, according to the court documents. More news after this.
Want 10% off your next flight to the U.S.? Now through October 31, receive 10% off select United Airlines flights to the U.S. when you purchase your ticket with your United credit card or United Mileage Plus credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. Use promo code FHB019 when booking your flight. With a travel sale like this, you could wake up to a different sunrise in any part of the U.S. Visit FHB.com/United Fair Sale 19 to learn more. Terms and conditions and restrictions apply. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Join Nissan Guam on November 3rd as we try to break the Guinness World Record of 250 Nissan vehicles in a motorcade. Register now for only $10 with proceeds going to select charities and get a free World Record Driver t-shirt. Plus, be entered into our raffle giveaway for a chance to win a $1,000 travel voucher from United Airlines and more. Registration is open to the first 370 people and closes November 1st. So hurry. Register online at NissanGuam.com or visit our showroom today. No purchase necessary to enter. Raffle conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
A student at John F. Kennedy High School was arrested after police received a report from school aides that he was possibly drinking alcohol on campus. 20-year-old Darwin J. Fortes now facing charges of underage consumption of alcohol and disorderly conduct. Fortes allegedly was hiding a plastic bottle of alcohol in his sweater. A breathalyzer also showed that he was under the influence. As reported in the Guam Daily Post, Fortes has a separate case last year in which he was accused of assisting a minor in the theft of alcohol at the Dedito Payless. He was charged with robbery in that case after assaulting 2 people who tried to stop him as he fled the scene. The trial for drug defendant Dexter Long has been set for November in the district court. He appeared before the judge yesterday with his 7th court-appointed attorney, Tom Fisher. The trial was initially scheduled to begin Thursday, but is now set for November 14th. He's accused of attempting to smuggle over 530 grams of methamphetamine on a flight to Guam from Honolulu. He's scheduled to appear back in court on October 31st for a status hearing. And a former military base store employee who admitted to using a customer's military star card to make thousands of dollars of purchases won't have to spend any time in jail. Chad Ogogumaban received 3 years of probation. He was ordered to pay $6,000 in restitution. He apparently obtained the card account number and its expiration date and other information while assisting the customer. The purchases at the various were made at various exchange facilities in gas stations throughout the island. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here now is your weather with Ray.
Smug asking, did you say 7th court-appointed attorney?
Indeed, I did.
This guy's running through them rather rapidly. Didn't we just do like number 6 last week?
Right.
And he just can't hold on to it.
Now it's up to Tom Fisher.
There's got to be a legal strategy behind this. And I tell you what, if this guy is successful, then he needs to line himself up and it's coming up next year. I saw an ad for it. There's going to be next year in February, I want to say, the bar examination. There it is. Notice of bar exam, February 2020, Guam bar examinations on the 26th and 27th. Now, this guy could scare up $800 worth. Seems to me his strategy is, I'm going to get all of these defense attorneys in there, all these court-appointed attorneys, and at the end of it all, they're going to have to declare it a mistrial or based on misrepresentation. I think that is his overall strategy. It's either that or he's just a complete total nut job.
Well, he's accusing a lot of all of the attorneys of discrimination.
Mm-hmm. And incompetence and things like that. And apparently he's not very friendly either. I don't want to quote him, but I think one of his quotes is, "I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch," which is that needs to be a thing. It's a meme already. We've got the first of the "I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch."
And you forgot to ask Uncle Robert.
I know we should get him back on the phone because I'd love to hear Uncle Robert say, "I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch." Can you say it, Renee? Wait a second. Turn her microphone on, please. Turn the lady's microphone on. That's the quote. There is. Let's just read it. It's right there at the bottom.
All right.
But
I know my rights. I'm not a.
It's harder than you think being straight, isn't it? Come on, Jersey.
You gotta pull out the gangster. Come on.
Pull out the New York
Come
side
on,
of
city
me.
girl.
Right.
Yeah, come on. Let's hear it.
I know my rights, pig. I'm not a snitch.
There you go. Everybody needs to do that. All day, use that in some kind of conversation. You're going at the drive-thru at McDonald's. I know my rights, pig. I'm no snitch. So here it is. Somebody asked for weather. There is going to be some today, mostly cloudy, isolated showers, some thunderstorms, northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. High is 88, and overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. And it is about an identical forecast all the way through. Now, it's possible that there's this, what did the guy call it, a surface ridge that's moving through the region. The technical term for it was a wiggle, and so you might be on the lookout for something like this. But once it passes, it's possible that we might actually get some weather around here conducive to grill marks. And if you're looking for someplace to go get grill marks, my recommendation is right outside the beach over at the Outrigger. Some nice. It's the softest sand on the island. They brought it in special, and so just nice people, great sunsets, great place to just hang out there and watch the sun watch you. And when you get tired of being outside in the sun, then you go inside and check out the buffet, or we're going to have drinks in the lobby lounge, right?
The Bamboo Bar, yes.
Bamboo Bar. All right. So more on the Outrigger and sports. That's the current voice of sports here on the Point, Renee Logie from the Outrigger, and we'll be talking about a number of sports issues and at least one sports topic now that has got women, some girl golfers, just jumping mad.
Yeah.
Oh,
Isn't
this
that
the senior LPGA thing?
No, it's a local story. Anyway, more on that in a second. 8:16 in the morning, and we'll get around to doing all of that stuff in just a second.
Want 10% off your next flight to the U.S.? Now through October 31, receive 10% off select United Airlines flights to the U.S. when you purchase your ticket with your United credit card or United Mileage Plus credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. Use promo code FHB019 when booking your flight. With a travel sale like this, you could wake up to a different sunrise in any part of the U.S. Visit FHB.com/United Fair Sale 19 to learn more. Terms and conditions and restrictions apply. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC.
See that portions of the program brought to you by American President Lines, global presence with a local home, the team over at Mescla. And if it gets a little bit rainy around lunchtime and you don't know where to go to get that kind of, kudzu thing out of your system, may I recommend Mescla at the Grand Plaza Hotel or the primary branch in Agana. They've got beef shank and tendon slowly simmering in this Taiwanese-style soy-based broth. They serve that with noodles and bok choy and plenty of cilantro. Ooh, cilantro. Taiwan-style beef noodle soup is what they're they're cooking up for you over at Mescla. And finally, portions of the program are brought to you by Take Care with their proven wellness and fitness programs, encouraging folks like you and your family to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle. Preventive care, staying active, eating right, relaxing, unwinding, and being socially connected. So check out the offers they've got for you at Take Care.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
All right, one of my favorite parts of the program where we pretend to talk about sports here. And as I said, the current voice of sports on the program is Renee Logie from the Outrigger Hotel, and one of my running buddies. And that's all of the qualifications you need to be able to help me with sports. Is you
to
gotta,
pretend talk sports.
Well, pretty girl and runner pal, and just you're welcome anytime.
Knows a little bit about sports.
Well, you know more about football than I do, and in particular
and
more
apparently
about
baseball too.
Yeah, well, yeah. That was a comment that was made to me. So I'm lurking over at Carabao last night. And the lady says, the owner, she's like, you know what? My favorite portion of your show is, and recently now since you've been helping out with it, is the sports. And I said, why? She says, because you guys are finally talking about baseball. And she says, I get it. And she's talking about wanting to watch 5-hour-long games and all of that stuff, and being completely into the playoff season that we are in right now in baseball. And she was a little upset because I wasn't talking about it a lot. But she says that Renee girl, she's talking about it. And that's cool. So what's going on in the playoffs?
Well, Game 4 was postponed, the Yankees and Astros, so that's going to be today, I think at 10 o'clock our time. Should be, a good game, I guess.
Yankees and Astros. So the Nationals already got their spot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Nationals already in on that side. So now we just got to figure out what's going to be happening
and
with
they're back at home. They're back in the Bronx, so they're playing at Yankee Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
So should be a good game, good crowd.
So home game for the Yankees?
Yes.
Okay, and
I'm hoping that we can throw through this. This should kind of be a good insider to see where this playoff season is going to go.
Who did you watch play in England?
Yankees versus Red Sox.
The Yankees versus the Red Sox. So there's a little known fact. It wasn't that long ago where Renee got in an airplane, went out to jolly old England, and went and watched American baseball in England. What was that like?
It was great. There was a lot of British fans out there just to kind of have fun and enjoy the game. And like it was the one place probably where the Boston fans and the New York fans were actually getting along together.
Yeah, because they were the foreigners.
Yeah, there was still some fun banter, of course. We're all pretty rough fans when it comes to baseball, but it was nice. It was enjoyable.
Did you get a sense that you could be closer to the team? Because I've also seen pictures, and it started off like you guys were up in the nosebleed section, and before I knew it, the next picture it looked like you were in the dugout.
So here's what I do at games: I start in my seat, and then I walk around, and I slowly creep up to find a better seat. So basically, by the end of the game, I was right next to the bullpen, the Yankees bullpen.
But I mean, what? Did you just go and sit down in an empty chair?
Oh yeah.
How come is it? Nobody gives you a hard time?
No. They were pretty cool about it, the people in that section.
So this is why you need to travel with her, guys. All right, so Yankees and the Astros are playing. Who's ahead in the series there?
Astros are.
Okay. So now, how many more games do you suppose they're going to play? Because now it might be a good time to go in. So
it really
it's going to be the Nationals against who?
Because if the Astros win this one, then it's not good for the Yankees. I think, let me see, double check. 2-1, Houston leading, Astros leading. So, so they got to win 4 games.
Keenan McCausland says, go Yankees this morning. Bob Camacho is chiming in. And a couple of things that are happening locally. The Guam Running Club has got the Ghoulish 10K tomorrow morning. Show up around 5 at Route 8 and behind Happy Mart. Just keep going until you see a bunch of runners, basically. About 6 o'clock, we'll light off, and it is a 10-kilometer route, 3 miles up towards revenue and tax, and then it's back down the hill if you're going to be running it. Just a piece of advice. The first part of it is uphill and there's almost always a headwind. You'll want that on the way back, but be prepared for it. And no fair cutting through Radio Barragata. You will get caught if you do something like that. Now, the running club also has, and I don't have all the details on it right now. I'll see if I can get them on their Facebook page. But there are a couple of old school runners from back in the day that are back on Guam and are going to be conducting a runner's clinic.
Oh, yeah. That I thought I saw that in the paper yesterday or somewhere. That
right?
They did it. They were at Ipao or Matapang.
I'm looking to see if I can find it. I don't see it on the page, but I'll see if I can get Richard on the line or find it and pass it along to you. But they're going to be doing something along those lines, and it's going to be taking place tomorrow. So it's vital that I find this information and get it to you. So you got that going on. Now that have we talked enough about baseball? We have. Okay. So that means we can get into the conversation about football, and not going to bore you with too much other than to say it's Kansas City versus the Denver today, right?
Tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Tomorrow, okay, got it. Free briefing on exercise and nutrigenomics.
Yeah.
Nutrigenomics for runners. And it's going to take place senior citizens area behind the Agutnia Mayor's office or across the Agutnia swimming pool. And who is going to be there? All Guam Running Club members and friends are invited to attend a 1-hour briefing on high performance for athletes and exercise and nutrigenomics. Briefing is exclusive to GRC members and friends only. Dr. Sid Cantrell and Dr. Teresita Cantrell, both GRC members from the late 60s and early 70s, have volunteered to speak to GRC members and friends on the early days of the Guam Running Club and being able to get yourself into high performance using special exercise routines and whatever Nutrijo, I don't even know how to pronounce the thing. Just running fast. That's what you're going to want to do. On Facebook Live and YouTube Live, etc. If you were watching the program here today, let me get a couple of pictures up here. One of them is this meme here, and it's a throwback to Electric Boogaloo, which has been occupying all of our minds recently. No matter what, pig, I ain't no snitch. You're close. The actual phrase is, I know my rights, pig, I ain't no snitch, is what the guy said. So we got that meme up there. But there's another picture that I sent myself, which was forwarded to me just a little bit ago, and there are concerns being expressed by a couple. I saw this.
Oh, that's terrible.
I know my rights. I'm not a snitch. Oh, that is awful. But there's another picture I got a second. There's the picture. All right. Now, these lovely ladies here were a part of a golf tournament that apparently took place, right, Mana?
Yeah, and the Post did a good job covering it, but they only covered the boys.
What?
They forgot all the girls and their accomplishments in the championships. So
and they were even using a file photo of Ryan Lee walking across the green. They could have used another picture of because there's already a picture of Ryan and his hair on one side, and they could have taken this picture here of these ladies and put it next to it.
These are part of the All Island Women's Golf Champions.
Mm-hmm. So it wasn't just a guy tournament. There were boys and girls, and so we want to make sure that these young ladies get their due. So we just made somebody's mom really happy, right?
Yes, and there's Ava Limtiaco. Her mom is listening. Thanks, Tracy.
All right, happy to get all that stuff out and on the air and in the clear. Now, helping us out with sports, because there's an army of people that want this program to succeed. Dave Torrey, who you and I both know, has put together some notes for us. IIAG Sports semifinals boys football. The Father Duenas Friars, who are riding a 46-game winning streak, are going to play Simon Sanchez Sharks tonight at the GW Field. The Guam High Panthers are scheduled to battle George Washington and their Gecko team tomorrow at GW at 7 o'clock. And you might go, well, you know what? Let's all go and watch both games and watch and see the guys from Father Duenas go to 47. And then what is that? It's going to make their fourth season unbeaten or something like that. Just absolutely crazy. See what happens with GW and Guam High and GW tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Semifinals in the girls volleyball tonight. St. John's at John F. Kennedy. That's at 6 o'clock. And the Cougars are going to be taking on the Royals. That's has been the perennial grudge match since tonight at 6 o'clock as well. It's Academy at Notre Dame, so expect a little bit of a drive. And this is something that every once in a while I think to myself, I'm going to do this. Mana has done this. The bodybuilding competition, the NPC Michelob Ultra Guam National Bodybuilding Championships is taking place, celebrating the aesthetics of the human body. October 19th, that's tomorrow. Prejudging at 9. Finals are going to be at 6 o'clock at the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
You can do it. You just can't drink beer while you're dieting.
So what's the point of doing it? What can I do? Hey, marijuana is legal now, right? What's the rules?
But it makes you hungry.
Oh, that's the.
I'll be emceeing that show tomorrow.
Oh, you're emceeing?
Your boy
awesome.
will be emceeing.
You're going to be doing that?
Third
Real
time.
Jokers? All right.
Yeah. Well, they called up and they were like, "Is Ray available?" And I was like, "Yeah, he'll be there, but I'm just going to show up and Ray couldn't make it."
Now,
yes, I am hosting it tomorrow. It's at the Sheraton. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 6. Are you going to be there for everything? Do you do the pre?
No, the morning
pre-judging?
they're doing the prejudging in the morning, and then the actual show starts at 6 p.m. so they can showcase it to the family and friends. And a bunch of people from Japan will be there as well.
Okay. And now, are there any favorites on the guys' side or the girls' side?
Yeah, Steve Oshiro's teams is looking good.
Oh,
He's got a
duh.
female. They
Yeah,
call
I
him
saw
Steve
that.
O's Angels.
Yeah, I saw pictures of Steve Oshiro and his girls.
There's the Wolford twins who look absolutely yoked out. They're
So-
really beautiful bodies.
Well, you know, these are kids of bodybuilders from my day, you know. So they've had kids, and now they've grown up and evolved into bodybuilders, following in our footsteps. And wow, and their physiques are just beyond anything that we could have imagined their parents, you know, were achieving back in the day. And this is like in the 90s.
Yeah, well, I remember
Yeah.
when you did it. That was a dark time when Mon did it for the. I mean, because you plug
Me
into
on a
this
diet
thing.
is not a good thing.
What it's just it becomes your lifestyle for the time that you were in training. I mean, and we know this as runners. You know, when you get into a significant training program to run a marathon, that's your lifestyle. You're doing that. You're out on the road. You know, it's 5 times a week. You're modifying your diet, but not to the degree that bodybuilders do it. First of all, you don't get the release of cardio
There's
when
a
you're
whole
bodybuilding.
lot of depletion going on.
Lots and lots of depletion, and so you're always at the gym, and all hours of the day, 24 hours a day. It's seemingly working out in the morning, then you go do your day, and then you go work out in the evening, and you're hungry and you're tired all the time, and grumpy. As I said, it was kind of a dark time when Mona was doing that. But you didn't want to go back for a second one, huh?
Well, I did actually start to train for one, and then I got pregnant. So
Oh, there you go. Shoot,
kind of blew
got
that
pregnant.
dream.
Okay, so Renee, have you ever harbored the ideas perhaps of bodybuilding?
I don't think that one's for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't you just?
I don't know.
Is it what is it that would scare you
Well, I
away from it
like
besides
to
that
eat
lifestyle thing?
a lot.
I like to eat.
I like to drink, so that's kind of why I didn't go back.
There we go.
I like food.
I'm being asked to ask the real Joe Cruz to say, "Pose down," like you're going to say.
Pose down.
And that's going to be that's the highlight of the program, right? It doesn't matter what people look like individually as they come out and they do their thing. And so who's helping them with the music? Because you got to have a rocking song to come out to when it's time.
They have a full DJ. They've got all the entrance music and all that stuff set up.
Isn't that great?
Yeah,
Is
it's gonna be sweet.
Jason Cruz still part of the bodybuilding?
He did last year. I don't know if he's in it this year.
Jason is always my favorite because he's
Yeah.
got his challenges. I mean, he's blind and he's got I think
Lupus?
he's the,
Something?
quadriplegic? Or
No, I can't remember what it is.
he's
We
got
probably
his
shouldn't be
physical
throwing things like that out.
disabilities, but it doesn't stop him from working so hard.
Mhm.
And he comes onto the stage, and he is just built. He's got the physique, and he works
That's
really,
impressive,
really hard.
yeah.
So impressive because it shows you that your physical limitations
And
are
so
nothing.
much discipline.
It's all and so he's just always amazing, and he's an
Mm.
inspiration to a lot of people who are bodybuilders or not.
Yeah, I think
So
one of the
cool
things
stuff.
that's held me back, and although my position on this is changing, I just didn't want to have to go out in a Speedo. As I said, my thoughts on this are evolving. And you know what, guys? I think that's all the time that we got to pretend to talk about sports. What is the big plan for you this weekend?
Oh, there's the
Besides recovery.
Guam Women's Chamber Golf Tournament tomorrow, which I'm going to attempt to play in.
With your bad back?
Yeah.
'Kay.
Wish me luck.
High gross. Renee
I
Logie.
I'm going to have the highest handicap. It'll be great.
There you go. There's 21 zillion things. I'm going to do my best to try to make that ghoulish race tomorrow, maybe some fast hiking, something like that, over the weekend, and I think that is going to be it. Thank you so much for helping me out this week. I'm probably going to send you another WhatsApp a little bit later on and ask you to wake up early again all next week, if that's all right.
All right.
Twisting the arm. All right, Renee Logie helping me out here, pretending to talk about sports.
Yeah.
Mana Silva Tyron has got your news from the Guam Daily Post. That's coming up next.
Hulu is all your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV without the cable contract and the freedom of on-demand streaming. Get current network shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and binge watch every season of your favorite cable shows. Premium Hulu viewing is brought to you by Proline Automotive and AB Sports, Guam's store for Nike. To advertise on Hulu, call Choice Digital at 989-0042.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at GuamTraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Governor Lou Leon Guerrero says she supports the efforts of Guam Congressman Mike Sinicolas to push his war claims measure, H.R. 1365, but also says she'll continue to support a local measure that gives up to $7.5 million to the War Claims Fund. The two leaders met in a packed conference room at Adelup yesterday. The trial for the drug defendant, Dexter Long, has been set for November in the district court. He appeared yesterday in the court with his seventh court-appointed attorney, Tom Fisher. Long is accused of attempting to smuggle over 530 grams of methamphetamine into Guam from Hawaii. He's also accused of attempting to receive a package containing 370 grams of meth in May. The Guam National Guard's Family Readiness Group will host the annual Trunk or Treat event tomorrow. It's to provide a safe and fun Halloween experience for Guard families. It'll begin at 5 and end at 9. The event is open to all military ID card holders and their families. It'll feature a variety of activities, including a costume contest, decorated trunks, game booths, rides, entertainment, food, and a whole bunch of family-friendly experiences. It'll be again from 5 to 9. Also mark your calendars for the 26th of October. The Guam National Guard will open up the Barragata facility for the entire public in an open house. And those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Pick up a copy of the Guam Daily Post or log on to their website at postguam.com.
And one more time, say it. Say it for me.
I know my rights, pig. I ain't no snitch.
Better. 8:34 in the morning. That's iConnect time. Run to the nearest iConnect. Ask them how to save money on their tax refund plan. It's groovy. You sign up for a year, you get a month free, and we'll even throw in a free phone. For details, call 888-8888.
Half a day. Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. I'm Jade Uggan of Umatic, and this is where I start my day. Listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Protehi itanonmu. Protect your land. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
It's 8:35 in the morning. Big smile on my face as I'm making my way through my Friday morning broadcast. And as I look at the clock here, I'm about, what is this, less than 90 minutes away from the weekend. That's the way I'm looking at things. Hope you feel the same way. Hope you're watching the clock and thinking about all kinds of great things that you can do to get your weekend started. If you're thinking maybe getting on the road, maybe doing some of that, I would do that about now. Looks like just intersection traffic that's going on right now at most of the places. Don't see a lot where you're going to be doing a whole lot of slowdown. Maybe over by Cost You Less and Harmon Loop Road and that on the way in. It might be just a lot of cars at Infusion. I don't know. 8, 10, and 16 is still a little bit busy, considering the time. But if you're headed southbound, you should not have a problem past Happy Mart and then through the intersection. 10 and 15, a little bit busy for you right now, but 4 and 10 has calmed down, and most of the traffic on Route 4 into the downtown Hagetnia area is all but gone. Nothing major down there except at the intersection that you're going to find over by the swimming pool, Payless, and this whole Shirley's thing, because it's not like you can make that left turn anymore, so you're going to have to go all the way down and hang a Louis. Just don't go into Agania until the construction is done if you can at all avoid it. I think that's it. Maybe a little bit of traffic in front of the governor's office. Maybe Mike's going to go back in there for another half hour of trying to convince Lou to back off on the local legislation. I don't know what the point of it is because they took it off the floor. What difference does it make now? Why even bother with the conversation, right? Did Mike
well, they said they would
Tina
take
Rose?
it off, just table it for the time being.
But
and just
it's
watch
possible by the time the legislature goes back into session, the Senate may have already acted on it.
I think they were just kind of keeping an eye on that. But Tina did mention that they would just table it for the time being with the option to bring it back onto the floor.
They're just looking for a reason to fight. It's 8:37 in the morning. I might, if I get motivated enough, play some of the audio and the video from the conference that took place yesterday. And I thought I was under the impression it was just going to be the governor and Mike St. Nicholas. Apparently, I guess the story is Mike sent the word out to the press to show up, and so the governor sent the word to everybody to show up. It's like the entire.
See, I didn't know that.
Apparently, the entire administration was at the in the conference room yesterday. So it's like Mike's got the media guys, and then the governor called in all her teams, all her gang, the governor's gang over at the place. Where was I? 8:37. Am I supposed to stop talking? That was it for traffic, right? Okay, good. I'll be right back.
Live the balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
See it. Tom is back in the studio with my very close, very dear personal friend. It's Kaz Endo, and it's kind of a sport. I guess we could kind of extend up a little bit of the sports deal here because Kaz is in the studio. What you been paying attention to lately?
Sports-wise?
Yeah.
Well,
besides your events.
Yeah. The Lakers started the preseason. They're looking pretty good. They went from 0.
Good Lord. I mean, you're
hero.
walking into week 7 of the National Football League. We're still not done with baseball, and basketball is starting to charge up again?
Yeah, baseball has broken my heart this year, so I don't want to talk about that.
I've heard that from a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've heard that. I mean, when I think there was an actual tear in his eye when he posted on Facebook, Uncle Robert, that the Dodgers were out. That's his team.
Well, because the Dodger fans, we were counting on this sort of, I don't know where we came up with it, but I think it was just wishful thinking. Like, we would always miss it by one, right? We would just miss it by one. Like, one more game, one more pitch. This year, we didn't even make it out of the first round of the playoffs. So I was like, oh, man, we suck.
And the Nationals, and I keep thinking like the Nationals are a new team because, number one, I don't follow baseball, and number two, the Nationals in my mind are the team that the Harlem Globetrotters always plays when they're on tour.
Well, if Troy Williams is listening, go Nads.
Nads, is that? Tedo says, it reminded me Patriots won the Super Bowl in 2020. Patriots have not yet won the Super Bowl for 2020 just yet. We're not there yet, but I think they're going to go. Who are they playing this week? This weekend? I think they're playing on Monday, right? It's the Monday night game is the Patriots.
Yeah.
So the only one I'm concerned about now is Kansas City
I think they're playing the Dolphins.
Denver. I think you're right. Yeah. Yes, it is the Dolphins. Yeah, so that's I might not even look. we might not even need to look at this one. Of course, it could be the greatest upset of all time. Yeah. So Tom's asking me, so where's your Datsun hat? Where is it? I'd normally be rocking the Datsun hat, and I'm surprised you didn't bring me another one. So I'm walking around. It was my daughter's last volleyball game last week, and I'm walking around wearing my Datsun hat, and it gets a lot of comments. And
you
one
got
guy
mobbed, didn't you?
Yeah, I got mobbed. The guy comes up to me. He says, "Oh my God!" I said, "Well," he says, "I love that hat." And I said, "You're not getting it." He says, but he says, "You got to understand." I said, "Why do you love it so much?" He says, "Because Datsun is my password."
Oh.
That's like the password for like all of his important stuff, computer stuff, logging into the internet.
Today,
you better
sir,
change that.
you are,
I'm not saying who it is, but he says, and I said, "Why did you pick Datsun?" He says, "Because it's a throwback from such a long time ago that it would be literally the last kind of password that anybody might imagine." But for a lot of us, it was our first actual ride. I mean, my first truck I ever drove, and the one that I took to learn how to drive and get my driver's examination was a Datsun pickup truck back in 76, 77, something stupid like that.
Man, if you still had that.
Can you imagine? Well, I also had the opportunity. We're going to fade into something else here in a second because I wanted to get an update on how we were doing. The Nissan folks are trying to set a record. 251 cars, the longest parade of Nissans, Datsuns, and Infinitis is currently held by somebody else. We think we ought to be able to beat that here on Guam, and I want to get kind of an update because, frankly, it would have already happened had there not been a typhoon in the neighborhood.
Correct. Yeah, we were tracking well about 2 weeks ago, I want to say, and the storm was coming, and we actually thought that Sunday would be okay, which ended up being okay. But the field conditions prior to that, it's wet, muggy.
Yeah.
And we just didn't really want to destroy the field and say, woohoo, we did it, and then we destroyed the field.
Yeah,
so,
they were talking about the front door of the governor's complex.
Yeah, that would have been a bad way to celebrate. So, and I know I can't control all the drivers. Some of them are going to want to do some really
Stop looking at me when you're saying that.
Naughty things.
Don't look at me when you say that.
Tearing out in the field. Yeah, but so we postponed it. We called everybody. Only a few of them dropped out because they had to actually move. They actually relocating military guys that were leaving. But yeah, so we were trying to beat the 250 mark set by Texas back in, I think, about 10, 15 years ago. And, Texas does it big. And when you first look at 250, you say, that's doable. Because you see so many cars on the road with a Nissan badge. And you're like, okay, but getting them to the date on the time, we've had to make some adjustments. So people said, most of the people that wanted to go, but said, maybe next time. Like, oh, next time we try to make it world. Okay, sure. Next week then. No, it's like the mornings were too early, so because we were asking for a 7:30 showtime.
Yeah, that's early.
Right. So we understood Sunday that people want to sleep in. So now we pushed it to 10 o'clock.
Better.
And we're going to actually take off at 11.
Okay.
And then we're going to have then the fiesta over at the destination, which is a new destination, Paseo Park, which is all asphalt, thank goodness. They won't let us park in the baseball field, thank goodness.
No, it's okay. In a central location, everybody will know it, and we'll just everybody pull in, and we'll have somebody directing traffic so we can fit 251 cars into that parking lot effectively. Tom, how do people sign up for this?
So you got a couple options. Still see us in person at the store in Upper Tumon, or jump online, nissanguam.com, / world record.
Yeah, easy stuff.
Yeah.
We got a bib for you, and then once you're in the deal, once you're in the parade, after everything is all ended up over at the Paseo, then there's going to be all kinds of prizes and giveaways, right?
Yeah, we were just talking about outside with Sheila. So we're raffling prizes.
Yeah.
Electronics, cash prizes will be there.
The biggest one is a $1,000 travel voucher from United.
So, very, very nice.
Not only do you get to go to Paseo, you might actually get to go somewhere else afterwards, on a United airline flight.
I'm thinking about Hong Kong.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about. Did you hear the story? I read the story about our friend Jim Bigley, who is leaving DFS.
That's right. I heard about that.
Yeah, everybody has heard about it, but nobody's said anything. It's just a big, widely held secret. But it's finally been published in one of the Tony magazines of the duty-free world press, and so he's going to be leaving DFS. But I want to goof off with him while he still has that place in Repulse Bay, right?
Yeah.
This is me being totally selfish. I want to go to Hong Kong because, it'd be nice to see Jim and his family, but mostly because I want to hang out at Repulse Bay and maybe do some jogging around there.
Well, he's got a nice sailboat out there.
I've been on that sailboat.
Yeah. So.
I've been on that sailboat. I remember parts of it. Because apparently on sailboat day in Hong Kong, you can start drinking at sunrise.
Well, because I don't think the national time zone doesn't work there. It's kind of like flying. You can drink whatever time you want.
So maybe we all ought to go out. So you can get to Hong Kong a couple of times with a $1,000 voucher.
Yes, you can, and I think United's last flight is sometime this month. So now's the time
to get in there and do it. 8:45 in the morning. Well, that's going to be crazy fun. And but I did also want to say I was at Nissan yesterday. I don't need to sign up. I've already got my bib. I've already got my credentials to show up for this thing, and they're going to give me a Nissan car to drive in this world record-breaking attempt. So I'm looking forward to that. But I think the car that I want to drive is that new Versa.
Oh yeah, Tom. His exact words, it's a hot car.
It is, man. That's a car for everyone.
Well, I did.
That is a car for everyone.
It literally is a car for everyone. I mean, start with the basic model, and frankly, that would be the one that I got. I mean, because the rest of it, it's got all the appointments and all the very cool gizmos and gadgets. In fact, they in all of them, the starting model has rear backup sensors.
Right.
I mean, it's model number one, right? Like your starter car, and it's already got the heavy duty, some of the heavier duty electronic components in it.
It's got a lot of safety components built in, and Tom will tell you a little bit about them.
Great radio.
The parking sensors, automatic emergency brake-in to the rear. We haven't seen these things before to any of the entry-level models.
There was a thing, and I forget what Anna was calling it, but there's on the mirrors on the side, the door mirrors, there are lights that go on. And like if you're drifting, if you're going from one lane to the other, it's got drift
lane
sensor.
departure warning.
Lane departure warnings. Okay, how's that work?
So the car senses that you're drifting in the next lane, unintentionally, of course, right? Falling asleep behind the wheel.
Yeah. So if I signal that I'm going in that lane, then it won't go off.
That's right. Because
Okay.
that's how the vehicle can tell that you intend to shift lanes. But if not, you'll get a warning light and an audible tone. So hey, snap out of it, man. You're about to.
And the steering wheel will go.
Will nudge a little bit, right?
Nudge a little bit, yeah. Kind of wake you up.
Are you sure you want to go in that direction?
It's funky at first, man, to experience some of these things kicking off, but makes total sense once you've tried it.
So look, now we'll get to the safety features and some of the other things. I mean, I'm sure it's got great mileage, and the zero gravity chairs, which somebody needs to explain to me better. But zero gravity chairs in the car. But can I tell you, in the first model, there's 3 models that I looked at yesterday. The white one was the entry level, just kind of jump into it vehicle. It had standard transmission.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one of the things that I wrote down this morning for this show. Is like, dude, they're so rare. It's so rare these days to find a vehicle available with stick shift.
So for the record-breaking day, that's the one I want to drive.
That's the one you want.
I want to drive a car with stick trans because it's been years.
Right.
I don't remember the last car that I drove that had standard transmission.
Yeah, so you're going to be the one tearing out, I think.
Or stalling at all of the intersections. Hold on, it says just push the button, Ray. That's how you start these cars.
Relive your road test, right?
Well,
First road test all over again.
Kinda. I mean, well, the only thing that you would need to relive the road test is standard transmission and what we used to call Armstrong steering, because in the Datsun pickup that I drove, there was no assisted shifting. There was no power steering back in those days.
Yep.
So if you had to get into a tight spot with parallel parking or things like that, there was work. You'd sweat.
So standard check. We're removing the power steering for you.
right.
Anything else?
No. But so one of the other features, and I forget which model of the Versa it was on, and unfortunately we've had cases here where people have forgotten their children in the car, and that has led to a couple of fatalities. But in the Versa's case, it will remember that you opened the back. It will remember that you opened the back door.
Yep.
And,
That's right.
and then you closed the back door, you drove someplace, and when you start walking away from the car, my understanding is it will sound a horn or will beep you or something will happen, and to remind you that you left something in the back.
Right,
you put something in the back.
Yeah.
Ray, we live in very busy and distracted times, man. So anything, I guess, it takes to keep you alert and aware of precious cargo.
That's how I got out of the car. Because Tom left me in.
For the record, it was the trunk. Yeah, I brought cars in the trunk.
Yeah,
we tested out the trunk space. So.
But I thought that was and the trunk space. Okay, so there was a picture that Kelly took of me getting the walk around the tour at Nissan in the car, and it's a picture of me pointing at the trunk of the car,
right.
and so I captioned something in there about how big and roomy and spacious it is. But my actual remarks to the people at Nissan were, "Wow, you can sleep in the trunk. You can act no, because it's one of the Real Joe doesn't know what I'm talking about because Real Joe's never slept in the trunk of a car on purpose. So the way it works, you open up the trunk and you put the rear seats fold down. And there's an opening. There's an opening from the front.
Up.
Yeah, so but there's an opening is the big deal. That very rare thing is that I have not seen that in years, where it allows you put the seats back down and then you've got access from inside the car to whatever you've got in the trunk, which is awesome. Number one, but number two, if you absolutely needed to, you put the seats down in the back, turn on the air conditioner, and that's where you're sleeping tonight in the back. Man. Nobody can see you.
You just park it at McDonald's, and then you got your restaurant there. You got your shower there.
I'm digging the whole. I'm digging the whole idea. Nate Horn is calling shotgun on whoever is riding with me in this. Standard transmission equals the new modern day anti-theft devices.
That's what I was gonna say, man. Hey, and plus, no one can borrow your car. Hardly anyone knows how to drive stick anymore, so they won't be asking you to borrow your vehicle.
The standard transmission version that we were talking about, under $20,000.
That's right.
I thought that was what a great
awesome.
entry-level price. So if you're looking for, Miami's going to be driving here legally next year.
Nice. Yeah, legally, but not
legally. Let's make that nudge here. She can drive the car. She knows where the pedals go and everything. But that's a great price for somebody going to be turning 16, being the second car in the family, and maybe it's time for you to trade in and get into really, and it's very comfortable. You're going $19,000. Well, what kind of appointments are you going to get in this car? I sat in the car. It's nice. It has a radio that would fit. In fact, the radio looks like it's one of those aftermarket things. Touch screen radio, AM, FM, Bluetooth.
Yep.
And one of the other things that I thought was interesting about this, and I'm a gadget guy, everybody knows, right? One of the cool things about the radio is that it also picks up Wi-Fi.
Right.
So if, as an example, you're here at the radio station and you're in the car, you can do some work in the car. You can log on to the Wi-Fi if you've got the credentials for it and use that to stream whatever music you're listening to or podcast or whatever. I thought that's an interesting
They've
turn.
come a long way, man, and this is a simple model we're talking about, A lot of the features we're pointing out were only available in what we'd consider a luxury vehicle years back.
Exactly my point.
But it's becoming the norm, and it's a fun time. It's exciting to see this type of update to Nissan just in general. Man.
Well, I like it because it is running away from very quickly. I want to say kind of the boxy high car feels. This thing feels like it's more coupe shape, a little bit more dynamic, a little lower to the ground, and you're going to love the wheels. You'll love the wheels. I think it's fantastic. So you got a whole bunch of those for sale over.
We
at
do.
Nissan?
They're on standby. So one's reserved this morning for Ray to drive. So hands off, everybody. The standard trans is on hold. So please.
Definitely, and they got all kinds of other different transmissions that you're going to be getting in on the deal. So for sign up information, just go to what's the website again?
NissanGuam.com/world record.
All right, and get yourself lined up. What's it cost for the bid? $10, something like that?
Yeah, it's $10, and basically that gets you automatically entered into the raffle. And I get, like I said earlier, $1,000 travel voucher from United. We've got SUP boards that we're giving away, grills, coolers, etc. Plus, you get the world record driver shirt.
So wait a second, Can I buy more bibs?
Yeah, you can buy more bibs. Because we got to get you in the seat.
Well, that's the easy part. But all the things that you're talking about giving away, I want more than one item when I go to this. To
so
the
what
rally.
you do is you buy 3 bibs, and then you get like 3 friends and go drive that. And if they don't have a Nissan to drive, we'll give you one.
That's the idea.
It's a nice test drive. Yeah,
and it's going to a great cause. This is all actually
I forgot about that.
by donations. So Maniello and Guam Girl Scouts.
And I just had Maniello in here yesterday. Samantha Titano was sitting in that chair yesterday.
They'll be benefiting.
Awesome.
So it's all going to a great cause. Totally.
Right, and you can choose as the donator. You can choose which charity you want it all to go to, or you can split it into 3. Right.
Somebody's asking me, Kaz, to ask you what the meaning of life is.
Nice.
To break world records.
Today, the meaning of life is to break world records. Good morning, Gabrielle Williams online, and Scott Nelson is in. Smug says he's in it for the T-shirt.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he was an early bird registrant, and we're going to actually get him in a car. So he's a perfect example of don't drive a Nissan, but want to be part of the world record. And we're at about 170 some. So we still need a big push between now and November 3rd. So get your listeners and your friends and families, and come on down to Nissan and sign up.
So this is let me ask you, because now I'm in a little bit more of a serious mode in this conversation here, and this is an interesting kind of marketing event. Yeah. And you come from a planet where you only want to do interesting kinds of marketing events. I mean, this isn't your standard kind of come in for, hey, it's hot dogs, 4th of July sale going on at Nissan. You're really trying to engineer a new mold for retail automotive marketing.
Right. Well, everybody's doing the same thing, and after a while, it's just noise. And, we got to thinking, what would be really cool, but not just for the brand, but just for the island. So much bad news on the island all the time. Every morning you hear this happened, that happened, attacks. And I said, well, it wouldn't be nice to have something really nice to say and say, hey, this is what we did. And
instead of having the world record for brown tree snakes, let's have the world record for the most Nissans in a parade.
And how cool would it be for a little island like Guam to beat Texas? I'm just saying, I like Texas. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. But, little island.
All my exes live in Texas.
There you go. But I keep telling my young friends, the ones that are in their mid-20s, guys especially, I go, if you really want to impress a girl, tell them you were part of a world record.
I drove the lead vehicle in Guam's record breaker. It's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Actually, that's not bad. You had 252 drivers all lined up at the Paseo. Can you imagine being in the group picture for that?
Right.
Nice little icebreaker.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, and it'd be fun. It's a Sunday. It's a Sunday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be great.
Yeah.
And so I encourage everybody to come out. And if you're not part of the parade, still come out and hang out with us at Paseo.
Well, part of the reason why I think it's interesting is we live in such high-tech times, but there's still value in high-touch marketing. And in this case, I mean, we're going to be, we're talking about people that are enthusiastic about the brand or are enthusiastic about the product. I mean, this is, you're not going to generate that kind of enthusiasm with an ad in Facebook.
Right. And this is like a curiosity factor, too, right? Can we do it?
Yeah.
And the question was fairly posed, what if you don't do it? I said, so what?
Yeah.
I mean, we tried, and we'll try it every year.
Until we bring it, until we figure out what the magic is.
Yeah, it's like winning a title, right? Your team doesn't win titles every year, but it's fun to watch them try.
Mm-hmm.
And if they do get there after failing a few years, it's even more sweeter.
Are we still talking about the Dolphins?
The Dodgers cannot be mentioned at all until next season.
It's 8:57, 8:58 and change. What other ideas you got coming up? I mean, whether you can tell me about the Nissan ideas if you want to, because that's always fun. But what are some of the other things that you've got coming up? You still working with Chef Eddie at all?
Well, Eddie's over. He's got 2 restaurants.
Yeah.
One of them I'm with. The Delmonico restaurant is partner with him.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a great restaurant called Rotten Apple too. If you're into the steampunked theme.
Ask about there's a secret room there.
There's a Ray Gibson room.
There's a Ray Gibson. Yeah,
It's not a secret anymore.
But just ask for it. I mean, you won't know it's there until somebody actually shows you the room, and it's a good place to go and disappear for no reason, just because it exists.
Yeah, small parties happen there. I
very small parties. But.
Yeah. But still doing that. I'm working on a few other projects that I'll share with you when it comes up.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that's immediate after the world record attempt, this tell you how busy I am. I'm headed up to Palau to do the finale to the Conquer event over there. It's a 2-day event. I've invited you, I think, 100 times.
Yeah, 100 times. I'm just trying to figure. So it's one thing to invite me. It's another thing to say, here's your ticket and your hotel reservations. I keep waiting for that.
Ray, the parrotfish is waiting.
I know there's parrotfish waiting for me over at the place. We'll work through all of that stuff. Anyway, guys, thanks so much for coming in. I know we've covered this, and so the event date again is
November 3rd. It's a Sunday, and
again, right around the corner.
Yeah, we've pushed the show time up to
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, so you can sleep in a little bit, party on Saturday, drive with us on Sunday.
Oh, how much fun is that going to be? I'll be there with the aspirin and the Alka-Seltzer. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Close enough to it. The radio station is KUSG Gutnya. Coming up, something else big that's going to be happening this weekend. And I'm going to try to describe it like this. I hope you like techno and rave and EDM music. If you don't, I hope you're willing to get behind a great cause that some friends of mine are going to be talking about in the next hour of the program. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. This is The Point.
It a great day for the Kurds. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump with praise for Vice President Mike Pence and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo after they met with Turkey's president and came out with a temporary ceasefire in Turkey.
This is a solution that really, it saved their lives, frankly. It saved their lives. So we've done a great thing for our partner. If we didn't go this unconventional, tough love approach, you could have never gotten it done. They've been trying to do this for many, many years. You could have never gotten it done.
That ceasefire in Syria. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called the agreement a sham that shows, as they put it, President Trump is flailing. They said Turkey has surrendered nothing, while the president has given Turkey's President Erdogan everything. The president now in Texas, where he will hold a campaign rally in about an hour. He was asked by reporters about comments made earlier today where Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney admitted the White House held up military aid to Ukraine while President Trump pushed Ukraine to investigate Democrats.
Mick is a good man. I don't know. I have not heard anything about it. Mr. President, I have a lot of confidence.
House Intelligence Committee Chair Adam Schiff on Mulvaney's comments.
The idea that vital military assistance would be withheld for such a patently political reason, for the reason of serving the president's reelection campaign, is a phenomenal breach of the president's duty to defend our national security.
And Schiff says things have gotten from very, very bad to much, much worse. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's personally devastated by the death of Maryland Democrat Elijah Cummings, who served as chair of the House Oversight Committee.
He was a leader of towering character and integrity. He lived the American dream.
Cummings died early this morning. He was 68. America's listening to Fox News.
We can't buy this house.
What?
It has 4 bathrooms. Just think of all the bathtub rings, water spots, and stains, plus the cleaning products I'll have to buy.
Didn't I tell you? The house comes with a non-electric Connecticut water treatment system. We'll have clean, soft water throughout the house, protect the water-using appliances, keep the tub, showers, and sinks looking like new, and help our skin, hair, and clothes look and feel great, too. The house even includes a Connecticut drinking water system.
A Connecticut system in the house? We'll take it.
American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water.
Chili's Grill and Bar is now open at the 2nd floor of the Two Sands Plaza.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Come and see what the buzz is all about. Grab your friends and savor their sizzling fajitas, big mouth burgers, and fall off the bone smoked ribs while sipping on their world famous Presidente margaritas. Treat yourself to an elevated experience at Chili's and feel why they're like no place else. Now open on the 2nd floor of Two Sands Plaza. Together, we Chili's.
The United Auto Workers Union leadership has voted in favor of a tentative deal to end its strike against General Motors, sending the vote to the entire membership. Union spokesman Brian Rothenberg acknowledging the rank and file.
They have stood on the lines together because they stood up for things that they felt were important and continue to do so.
49,000 General Motors workers have been on the picket line since September 16th. Authorities in Alaska say a man accused in the strangling of a woman seen on a digital memory card has been charged with another death. Documents filed with the State Department of Law say 48-year-old Stephen Smith told detectives he is the man in the images and videos recovered from the card. He admitted shooting another woman between 2017 and 2018 and told police where he disposed of the body. A grand jury indicted him on murder and evidence tampering charges in that case. He previously pled not guilty to charges of murder, sexual assault, and evidence tampering in the strangling case. The largest maker of e-cigarettes will stop selling flavored versions of its products.
Juul Labs says it will stop making fruit and dessert flavored vape products for its e-cigarettes. The company has come under fire for the product flavors, with claims they are marketed towards children who legally can't vape. The company had already pulled the products off the shelves last year, selling them only online. The company makes roughly 10% of its revenue from the candy-flavored products. Most of its money comes from mint and menthol-flavored vaping. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Placido Domingo will not receive a European Cultural Award this weekend in Vienna, as had been previously announced. Officials at the European Cultural Forum, based in Germany, saying Domingo will instead receive the prize next year at a ceremony in Bonn, Germany. No reason for the change was given. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the all-new Pit Smoked Brisket. How would you like it?
I'll take a man who knows what's what.
Y'all know what? The all-new Pit Smoked Brisket at Subway is smoked slower than a slug going up a down escalator, that's what. I'm talking tender, juicy brisket, naturally pit smoked for at least 13 hours. What's more, it's got layer after layer of smoky flavor. Smoked cheddar and barbecue sauce on delicious Italian bread. Subway, make it what y'all want, what not. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Right, on the microphone, portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by American President Lines, APL, Global Presence, Local Home.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
It is the Ray Gibson Show, and this is the last hour of my work week. Didn't that sound great? I mean, I for people that are listening to the program now that are going to have to work the full rest of the day, I'm sorry. Not sorry, though, because, yeah, it is the last real hard working hour that I've got to do is talk radio, and we're going to have a couple more interesting topics between here and the top of the hour. And then it becomes my weekend, and there's all kinds of stuff that is worth doing. I have gotten to a point now, and I don't, maybe you're the same, where usually on Fridays I'll grab an index card and map out where it is and what I'm going to be doing through the weekend. So here's my plan for the rest of Friday. Here's my plan for Saturday, and 2 or 3 things that we get to do on Saturday. And then here's my 2 or 3 things that I want to get done on Sunday. I haven't decided which day is going to be grill marks this week, but this weekend, but I'm sure there's going to be grill marks. You guys don't know what grill marks is, right? All right, turn on the microphones, Real Joe, and let's say hello to the in-studio guest of the studio. I got Gabby Heisen and Phil, whose last name I actually didn't write down. I've got it in front of me, but I didn't write down the last name. It's Phil John R. Cruz from the Center for Island Sustainability at the University of Guam. It's good to have you guys in the studio. Grill marks are when I go to the beach and lay down on the beach and the hot blazing sun on top of me, and I go out and I work on my tan. And so that's what I call it. I call it grill marks because every once in a while, depending on how hot it is outside, you can almost hear your skin sizzle. You can definitely feel your skin sizzle. So you go, okay, I'm getting grill marks. And about when you get that feeling like the skin is beginning to sizzle, I usually say, okay, it's another hour of this, and then I'm going home, or finish off whatever it is I've got in the cooler.
Sounds like you need some reef safe sunscreen.
They have reef safe sunscreen.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was a thing. There's a hiking place that opened up in Agano, run by some friends of mine. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about them. But they sell, and I can never remember the name of the something Green Mountain hiking something that they've got. It's right above the submarina behind the legislature. So you know what the place is. For those of you that are constantly in trouble with the law, that's where Doug Moylan's office is. So right next to Doug Moylan's office, they got this hiking place. So I went in there to get some hiking supplies, and Aaron says, "Oh, by the way, we've got this sunscreen." And I said, "Okay, what's the difference?" And she says, "It's reef friendly. So any of the chemicals that go on your body when you go into the water either stay on your body, or if they come off your body, it's not going to harm the coral reefs."
Right.
And I thought, that's great. She says, "You want to buy some?" I said, "No." She says, "Why not?" And I said, "And you guys are going to give me a hard time about this as well, because you're in that demographic where you like to what's the word? It'll come to me in a second." So she says, "Do you want to buy some?" I said, "No, because I don't use sunscreen. I'm waiting for the lecture."
I've heard that a lot.
Okay.
A lot of people tell me when we've done our...
Yeah. Okay, phew. Because like I said, your generation likes to go, how about that? But anyway, so I didn't buy, but it's a thing. And so it comes in different flavors and colors and SPFs or whatever. So go and take advantage of that. It is an actual thing. For those of you that care about our environment, then go for it and enjoy it, because it's now available here on Guam. But anyway, a little bit of a conversation that we got into before the microphones went open is millennials. And you guys both kind of self-identify as millennials, right?
Yes.
That's correct.
But the good millennials, not the bad, syphilis, lazy, hang out at the coffee place all day. No, because you guys actually do things. You get things done, as opposed to lecturing people and just assuming that because you are millennials or because you're socially aware, woke, that's all you need to be.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, if you really want to live up to what it is that you're living for, you got to get out there and do something. Tell me about the Centers for Island Sustainability.
Sure. So the UOG Center for Island Sustainability was established in 2009.
By my Uncle Robert.
Yes, Dr. Robert Underwood.
Wow.
And it was established to help lead island communities to transition into a sustainable future through addressing sustainability issues, whether it's with our energy use, with our coral reefs, with our food, with the way we produce food and import food.
So I'm I'm at the other end of the spectrum. Like I said, I'm a Brady boomer, baby boomer, but I'm at the end of the Brady boomers. So we call them Brady boomers because that was the television show that about identified very clearly the way we kind of grew up, our values. And I don't remember them making a big deal about the environment and coral and sustainability and growing foods in pods as opposed to just going to the grocery store and getting whatever you wanted, and packaging and plastics. Certainly not plastics. Plastics, when my generation, that was a miracle product. You could make anything out of plastic. What we didn't know is it never goes away. Yeah. It just stays and is plastic for another millennia. And so I've slowly become a little bit more aware of my plastic consumption. But I mean, that's just one part of the sustainability, right?
Yes, that's just a very big part, but one part. Yes.
Yeah. So what else are we concentrating on? What keeps you awake at night?
Oh, gosh.
Besides turtles eating plastic.
Yeah, so...
And it's not just any turtle. It was the turtle in Finding Nemo that died from eating plastic straws.
Oh.
I know, right? How could you, Ray?
Oh, my
God. See, I know it has an effect when I say it like that. But anyway, but I'm curious, what keeps you up at
Probably
night?
climate change. Yeah, that's probably, with all the reports coming out from the UN showing that by the year 2050, there will be catastrophic climate catastrophes due to our greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, but they said that it was going to be in 2020. And it's like 3 months from now. We're all still here.
Yeah.
Well, it's so the science does show that it's still there with all the greenhouse gases we're emitting, whether it's from the fossil fuel industry with through the transportation, or whether it's through the agriculture industry with beef production and dairy. With all of these coming together, and that doesn't even include the Amazon burning.
Okay, you'll hate me because I'm a denier, but
I know. I understand.
I'm beginning. You can tell by looking at me. It's like look at his eyes. But I'm beginning to gravitate towards some of those thoughts. Even the idea of the sheer number of cows that we raise in the world to feed my appetite for cheeseburgers. So when they start talking about Impossible Burgers over at Burger King, the Impossible Whopper over at Burger King, which might be which I thought was I could not tell the difference between that and a regular Whopper.
Wow.
So if that will help reduce the demand for beef products, then you know what, maybe there will be a little bit less of this carbon dioxide that comes out of the back of them. Maybe that will be all right for the planet that I'm leaving behind for my daughter. So it's an important conversation, and you can deny if you want to. You can but at least get into the debate and hear what each side has to say about it. And I'm sure that you'll come up with a couple of places where we can all live together. As I said, I'm more conscious about my plastic consumption. Somebody gave me a liter bottle of Fiji water. And so when I drank all of the Fiji water that was inside of it, I didn't want to throw the bottle away. So I've been bringing it here to work because I've got one of these American Water Tech things. So I refill it with the good water that I've got from American Water Tech, and that is now part of my water consumption. And near as I can tell, I've probably gotten about 7 or 8 uses out of a bottle that the old Ray Gibson would have just thrown away.
Yeah, well, when
so you're having an effect on the old guys.
And then you can recycle it when you're done.
Well, I don't know about this. It's not that I don't want to recycle. It just seems so burdensome around here, the recycling process. And every time we think we've got a handle on it, China says, we don't want your plastic. Right, we don't want your paper. We don't want... We'll take your metal all day long, because they're going to use that to build destroyers to beat us one day. So, Wow. So, anyway, so there's a couple of different roads that we go down, and just a little bit more of awareness for the Center for Island Sustainability at the University of Guam, and there are needs that they have. There are needs that they have over at the Center for Island Sustainability, and so every once in a while, it's nice to get involved in some kind of a fundraiser, right?
That's correct.
And this is the part where Gabby takes over, because Gabby is the queen of EDM on Guam.
Oh my God!
Right? And older people are going, what is EDMs? Stop talking in acronyms. What is that?
Oh my gosh.
Define for the older audience, because everybody's going to want to help out on sustainability,
That's
right? And so I'm trying to figure out how many people in this audience might show up over at the W for a big party this weekend.
EDM stands for electronic dance music, but we're not only integrating that, we're actually integrating some oldies music, I would say quote unquote oldies, some 80s, some punk, some, other things here and there. So we're not strictly just EDM, but, Phil and I met through social media, thank God for that. And I always say, let's party for a reason. Let's get drunk for a reason, basically.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so again, my generation, we're down with that.
Party for a cause.
Party for a cause,
Party for a
right?
cause.
As long as I don't have to drive, then I'm happy. So tell me that Stroll is going to be there.
Stroll, it was actually our sponsor last event, but you know, I really want to do something for the University of Guam Center of Island Sustainability. So I was like, Hannah, who's my PR director, I was like,
That's Director Cho.
Director Cho, exactly. I was like, I really want to do something for the environment. She's like, okay, girl, what do you want to do? I'm like, well, let me talk to UOG. Thank God Phil came around, and we managed to work out something very, very cool for our event.
Halloween theme.
Halloween themed, Alice in Wonderlust. So yeah, we're so excited for everyone to see what's going on. Phil was talking about like how basically we haven't done like an event like this for the millennials. So I really want to create more awareness to everyone about the environment. You know, I think it's really cool of what he's doing, what UOG is doing in general.
And like I said, an opportunity to put your money where your mouth is. If you're going to lecture me about the environment, come to my party and support the Center for Island Sustainability. Otherwise, get off your iPhone, guy. And just saying, I'm sorry, I'm profiling again, aren't I? I don't mean to do that.
Don't worry. Honestly, we're always on our phones, you know.
No, I am too. It's all right. So when's the party?
It's October 19th, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow night at the W nightclub.
I've been to the W.
Have you?
Yes.
How was it? What was your experience like?
See you again Saturday.
It was great because everybody thought, because I was the oldest guy there, they thought I owned the place.
Oh, there.
It's like really, really. Excuse me, where's the bathroom? Oh, you don't work here? No. Yeah, let me just say, it was a unique experience. I've been there a couple of times, and they've been very unique experiences every single time I've been in there. No, they did a great job with the sound. I think the sound is really, really good. I think it's interesting how there's different zones in the W. So if you get tired of the crew in one place, you walk 10 steps and you're someplace else with somebody else. And very unique ways that your generation drinks. Back in the old. I'm serious. They buy bottles.
Yes, we do.
Right? So rather than, it's like I want this kind of drink and Gabby's going to want that kind of drink and then Phil's going to want that kind of drink, they just say, here's a bottle of some kind of alcohol.
That's correct.
And then you're supposed to do what? Just drink it's just straight vodka you guys are drinking anymore, right?
I think it's more part about the experience. So one thing I'm actually integrating into our event is the whole bottle girl experience. So we actually have really cool Miss Earth Guam are our 2 bottle girls. So I'm integrating that whole sustainability factor.
Okay, this is new phrases that we're dealing with here. What are bottle girls?
So as a thank you, because we are supporting the UOG Center for Island Sustainability, we're creating basically girls bring out your bottles with flashing lights saying, "Woo, bottles, here you go." It's really cool. We actually fully booked out on all our VIPs. So I'm actually trying to create a new experience in Guam for you guys.
There's another thing. There's while I'm thinking about a quick question from James Howard.
Sure.
And it's amazing because it doesn't matter who I interview. James Howard will always come out with a similar question. And today, are psychedelics allowed at this event?
I'm not a big psychedelic user, if that's what he's pertaining to. It is a drug-free environment. We're just doing basically
Real Joe's making a face.
Sorry.
You're working anyway. You're doing the bodybuilding competition.
Yeah.
Dude, everybody should tell everybody after party's going to be at W.
Absolutely. After party.
Yeah,
W.
after party. No, because the thing is...
Bottle service, bottle girls.
Bottle girls, but the cool thing is they don't have to get out of their Speedos. They absolutely fit right in at the party, right?
That is correct, but there will be... they'll be protected. Completely protected by our bodyguards. But, the event is called Alice in Wonderlust, so we have 4 different rooms going on.
Again, I'm thinking about bodybuilders in their bodybuilding costumes and Speedos and bodybuilding bikinis. I'm thinking it fits the Wonderlust description. They'd fit right in.
So, instead of drugs, we do have, again, the donut wall, the flower wall. We actually have Chi-Chi Bites, which is...
Hold on a second. Go back. You're talking too fast for this audience.
Sure.
Donut walls.
Yes, we're bringing that back. It was...
none of us knew it the first time.
So people were trying to figure out, what are you talking about? Is it like a wall full of donuts? And that was correct.
Literally?
Literally a wall full of donuts. And people are like, can we eat this? I'm like, yes, you can totally eat it. Guam Bakery is sponsoring us again, so I know. And we're using reusable napkins for this event as well.
everything's very Instagram worthy, and that's one thing I want to create awareness for.
That's the thing.
Yes.
That is the thing, and it's like I had Cosendo in here just a little bit ago, marketing genius, and he is putting together an event that I don't know if it'll sell any Nissans, but it will certainly get a lot of people taking selfies and group photos and things like that in front of their Nissans, and that goes further into the world of digital marketing. So you've got a high touch and a high tech approach to doing all of this. Which is a certain awareness of what's important to a certain group of people, and for a lot of people, social media is literally their lives. It's where they live. It is, if not an extension of who they are, a definition of who they are. And so the more things that you can do so that you can get into a selfie situation with you and your friends, the better. So parties like this, I mean, are multiple selfie opportunities in one place.
That's correct. My last event, we had basically an Instagram room, and people loved it. They loved it. So the thing with the W, we have 4 different rooms, and I'm really restructuring the whole W. So when you go there, you're going to be like, is this what I think it is? Is this really the W? And the one thing that through social media, I want to create more awareness for charities, which is why I'm always collaborating with different charities, as I did for my last event.
For CIS, I mean, aside from getting a portion of the proceeds and things like that, so what are we doing for CIS? What's their Instagram moment going to be?
Honestly, it's just people using plastic-free cups. We have paper straws available. Everything that we have in terms of napkins. Jamaican girls actually
Paper straws encourage excess drinking.
That is perfect. Please spend.
Because you go, I got to finish the drink before the straw begins to break down.
All right.
Right?
Exactly. I'm like, just drink faster. You can do it.
I know. Another one, quick. Before the straw goes.
One more bottle.
They're beginning. I wonder, in Italy, I read somewhere in Italy, they're now making straws out of pasta.
Yes, that is a thing.
It's an actual thing.
Yeah.
And I guess the deal is when you're done with your drink, you can eat the straw.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Papaya stems also is another thing you can do. If you cut the stem of the papaya plant,
right,
you can use that as a straw.
Okay, so I'd be very, very careful with that because there's pectin in there, and you know what pectin is, right?
No.
The pectin is a meat tenderizer.
Oh,
yeah, well, I don't know that there's enough of it that's going to hurt you, but I agree. Anything that looks like a tube. I'm serious now. Old Samoan way of tenderizing meat. You can go to the store and buy the cheapest cut of meat, and what you do is you lay it out. You get the papaya plant, and you take the stems and you turn those into drumsticks, and you take the papaya leaf and put it over the meat, and then you sing. You play with the drumsticks a cool EDM song, and pretty soon, the tenderizer, I'm serious now, from the tenderizer, as old guys got to teach you young guys how things work. An old guy taught me this 25 years ago. The tenderizer in the leaf will come out, and the tenderizer from the drumsticks will come out, and they'll go into the meat, and then pretty soon it will taste like you are eating filet mignon out of the cheapest chuck that you could find over at the store.
Are you serious?
I encourage you to try it. I encourage you to try it. I would never steer you guys wrong because one of you is taking me home tomorrow night. If all goes well and if all of the plans come together perfectly, what else going to be taking place before I let you guys run?
We just want to give a big shout out to all our sponsors.
Do that, yeah.
Star is one of our Platinum Sponsor, our hotel sponsor. We have Director Show, of course, the W, Jamaican Grill, you guys, of course,
Happy
as
to help.
always, thank you. And we actually have sustainable face paint, glow-in-the-dark face paint at the event as well. Yeah, everything's sustainable, so you can party without feeling guilty.
So I want to throw this out at you guys because it's this the second time that you and I have had a conversation in the studio about EDM and fun nighttime things. For I think older members of our listening audience or people that want to do something different, still want to do the social media, still want to do the Instagram, but don't want to hang out in a bar in Tumon at until 2 o'clock in the morning, or in some cases 3:30, 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, depending on if you know where the private parties are. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not leaking too much information, but how about kind of EDM 5K party?
That's actually
with multiple stops in Triple J. Like Triple J's got their bubble run. It's a 5 and 10K. It's going to be coming up, and bubble runs in my mind are ripe for that because there's already people. They're already in a place where they want to get. They want to look different. They want to get sprayed down with colors and bubbles and things like that.
Fun on Guam.
Yeah.
Honestly, like anything and everyone that's doing something good for Guam, I'm down for. But one thing that Hannah, my PR director, Hannah Cho, Director Cho, she said that what you can do is contact her because we are planning other events which are secret right now. You can contact her anytime you want. I'm pretty sure you guys all know her already.
Yes.
But she's like, make sure to plug in my number. So I will plug in her number, but feel free to contact her through WhatsApp or anything like that. But other than that, we actually do have other events planned for this year and next year. They're just quite secret for now, but we'll be getting there soon.
Valine Iriarty, she's online right now.
Hi.
And you need to get her energy.
Yeah?
Yeah. So whatever it is, Valine, get a hold of me. I'll put you in touch with Hannah. Hannah will put you in touch with Gabby. And then there's going to be this strange, weird energy that's going to be going on. Trust me, it's gonna happen like you wouldn't believe. 27 minutes after the hour. Did we get to everything that was going on at CIS? I want to make sure that, number one, you feel welcome here. And number
yes,
two,
I do feel very welcome.
That our audience knows what you are doing and what some of your needs are. And maybe there's other ways besides, dance parties at the W that people can help out the Center for Island Sustainability.
Well, maybe I just want to share some of the new things going on. So we actually just launched the Guam Green Growth Initiative, or G3 Initiative, where we are trying to transition our island economy to be more sustainable. We also just recently joined the Local 2030 Islands Network, where we'll be collaborating with other island communities to work on strategies to implement the UN Sustainable Development Goals into our island and in a way that's culturally relevant to us. So that's really a new project that we're working on.
I read some of those goals and they made me frowny face.
They made you frowny?
Yeah, I don't know. There's too much social justice in there. I just thought, just clean the place up. So let's just do that. Just the one goal is clean the place up. But they wanted, 20 other things in there. Just saying.
Just for a brighter future.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a brighter future. We'll all be happy.
We'll all be happy.
9:27 in the morning. So for details, how do people find you?
So you can visit us on, our social media is actually a great way.
Gotta feel bad. You know what? You're going to go. I just got a note from somebody. Dee Dee just sent me a note that said your face was cut off on the Facebook. So you're going to go check this out a little bit later on. But for almost the entire conversation, the camera has been basically neck up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or neck down. You can thank Cosendo for that.
Oh, well.
You're taller than Cos.
Okay, I'm advertising our
CIS.
CIS, so that's totally fine.
Is that marijuana leaf?
No, not at all. This is breadfruit. Lemai.
I don't know. Say James Howard. See what you did. Everything makes me think of marijuana all of a sudden. Anyway, so what were you say? Website?
Oh, www.uog.edu/CIS, or if you have social media, you can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at UOGCIS.
Okay, so tomorrow night at the W, you and your gang, right?
Yeah, some of our staff will be there.
Gotcha.
I also want to shout out IT&E. They really came through this event. Really,
they give you a phone?
Came through. IT&E. Thank you, IT&E.
What did they give you?
Just helped out a little bit with expenses, not gonna lie.
Right on. Okay, yeah, because it costs money to put these kind of things together. All right, well, guys, thanks so much for coming by the radio station. Happy to help out whenever you and basically, it's like we were going to help out anyway, but Director Cho kind of forced the issue as usual. So the answer for her is always yes. Somebody asked me if I'm flirting, and the answer is yes. I'm always flirting. Bottom of the hour, and we'll call that iConnect time, run by iConnect, and ask them how to save money on great programs. They got a special package out now called the Tax Refund Promo. The way it works is you get a year's worth of service. Sign up for a year's worth of service. They will give you a free month, and they will also give you a free phone. Yeah, there's details, terms, and conditions apply. Swing by and ask them about it, or call 888-8888.
GRMC's cardiology department treats most complex heart problems. In our catheterization lab, cardiologists use imaging equipment to treat clogged arteries that can cause heart attacks or heart failure. We perform balloon angioplasty, stenting, and other life-saving cardiac procedures. If you suffer from a heart condition, have your provider refer you to GRMC's cardiology clinic at 645-5500. GRMC, where patients are partners.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Kelaguen Hafa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
funny. Erin was listening when we were talking about going over to her the hiking place in Agana. There's an actual name for that, right? Anyway, I'll get around to it. But yeah, it was kind of a big deal that they've got reef friendly. I want to say in Hawaii, wasn't it Honolulu that banned?
Yeah, they did straws.
No, not straws.
Styrofoam food plates.
No, I'm thinking of the
sunscreen.
Sunscreen. Thanks.
Sorry.
So I can see the word in my head. I just can't make it come out my mouth. Anyway, yeah. So I think they were banning it because they found out, after all of these years, that the coral was getting extra oily because you got all these sunbathing folks would normally be round pink people. They're slathering all of this stuff on themselves and getting out into the ocean, and so. So, Southern Mountain Gear, LOL, you're dumb. I know, thanks, Aaron. I love you too. Is the name of the place Southern Mountain Gear? You can find them on Facebook. They've always got something going on, and so I hope you get a chance to run by there and take advantage of some great stuff. I bought a bag from there. I've been hunting for a new. And Aaron, type in the brand name of the bag because I don't remember it off the top of my head. But I was looking for a new backpack, something that was more conducive to hiking, not something wide. I need something that would actually follow the cut of my back.
Yeah.
So while I'm hiking with this thing on, it's not necessarily going to get caught up in the boondocks. So they've got this. There it is. Cotopaxi is the name of it, and it's all sustainable materials. It's all in some cases repurposed materials.
Nice.
And there are all kinds of different materials and different colors and things like that. And no two are alike.
That's cool.
No two are alike. So you've got a backpack that you picked up from the department store, even some of the high-end places, and it will look just like somebody else's backpack. But these are all unique to each other. I mean, right down to the color of the straps and things like that. Really nice place. I recommend that you go by. Even if you don't hike, it's still fun to go in there and see what they've got. Even if you just lay out in the sun and you want to get some sunscreen that's not going to kill the coral. Anyway, 9:32. A bunch of other stuff in the table of contents, and while I'm talking about it. I did mention the Triple J Auto Bubble Color Run, November the 16th. Now, these guys have been doing bubble and color runs for years, but last year, big innovation was the addition of a 10K route. Because it got really crowded is what happened. I mean, you just got this massive crowd out there for a huge 5K, and they said, well, you know what? Maybe what we ought to do is see if we can split the crowd a little bit. So we'll send out a vast army of 10K runners, and then after that, we'll send out a vast army of 5K runners as well. So they're doing the same thing as they did last year. I did the route last year. Enough of a challenge. We don't do 10Ks. It's not a very common distance for running here on Guam. So if there's a choice, I always take the longer one, right? So the course worked out well. Only thing that you've got to be wary of as you're running the 10K is that you will be coming back right around the same time as guys that started the 5K, the slower 5K runners. So you're going to hit a mound of people that you're going to have to navigate through. So just FYI, if you're going to be joining either one of those, the bubble run is going to take place November the 16th, and it's for the 5K, $10 before race day, $15 on race day. 10K is $15 before race day, $20 on race day. And the question that I will ask on behalf of the 10K runners, will there be specific awards in specific categories? Because last year it was just the overall winners, men's, male and female, that got the awards in the 10K, and all of the other 10K runners, myself included, because I'm pretty sure I would have placed in that, we're going, okay, when are they calling me up? Oh, we didn't get medals for the division. Oh.
How many medals you have now? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I don't know. I have two different ways of looking at the medals. There's the medals that you get for running. Like if you run half a marathon, something like Guam International Marathon, you get a finisher medal. Congratulations, you finished. And that's nice, but it's not the one I want. I want the one that is third, second, or first place in my division. That's the one I want. And those, as you might imagine, are a little bit trickier to come by. 9:35 in the morning, and there are a couple of stories that got me frowny-faced early, even though on Fridays I don't generally like to do frowny faces. One of them had to do with a 20-year-old kid that was literally arrested for being drunk on the campus at John F. Kennedy High School. And the question is, what's a 20-year-old doing in school with your kids, 17, 18 years years old. Why is there a 20-year-old still going to school? Now, information that I've gotten is that there perhaps is a special needs angle, in which case the other rules about when we can kick kids out of school apparently doesn't apply. But I would hope, based on this particular event, that the kid stops getting his second and third chances and maybe using his special needs as an excuse to goof off and to be a pain in his school, and they take finally some serious steps with him. 9:36. That was one of the stories. The other one is one of those. Oh, my God, I can't believe that there are people like that live here. Dr. Tom Poole joins me now, and I'm sure he's just as concerned as the rest of the right-thinking citizens in this town that we've got another extremely disturbing case of animal cruelty. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Ray. Yes, sir. This just could not be more appalling. It's just so disturbing and depressing, and I just hope we can catch the person or persons who did this.
I want to catch the person or persons that did this as well, and I'd like about 5 or 10 minutes with them. But I'm trying not to make a connection between the animal cruelty cases involving the dogs and the cats that were shot by that guy who we know up in Jigo. A connection between that, a judge letting him walk on a couple of different occasions, and maybe now sending a message out to the community and the crazies in our community that animal abuse is okay and you can get away with it here.
That is precisely my fear, too. When you do that, when you have a judge that repeatedly, with all of the evidence, and repeatedly lets them go because we didn't establish to the judge's satisfaction that the animal actually suffered, which is just, it's just ludicrous. I agree with you, Ray. That's the real fear, is people just think it's all right, it's green light. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, and the other thing is that these seem to be escalating and getting worse. It's one thing where you get a guy shooting dogs, and a couple of weeks ago we were all of us, I think, wondering what kind of level of disturbed you've got to be to decapitate a dog and then stuff it into a crypt in a cemetery, and then a hammer attack on not one but two dogs, and then he left them to suffer. For God's sake, I hate to just say it this way, but my God, if you're going to beat an animal like that, please, for the sake of the animal, beat it to death.
Right, finish the job. It just couldn't be any worse. It just. I'm just sort of speechless, Ray.
Well, between you and the guys over at Gain, and I know that in the case of the decapitation, that Cyrus had put out some kind of a reward program for information leading to the arrest of whoever it was that decapitated the dog. Do we need to find a way in the community? Do we need to round up the usual suspects and get a lot more money into this?
I think so. That one that we got the 7-year conviction on, we ended up with, I can't remember, but that award got up over $10,000, and I think maybe that was what prompted us to get the sort of witnesses that we needed. Ultimately, we just need someone to come forward. And yes, Ray, if you know how to get more people willing to donate for this thing, we really need to get somebody convicted for this sort of thing.
Oh, absolutely. We've got to find out who did this and then apply the criminal justice system properly on them and then get them behind bars for a long time. I won't be satisfied with a fine. I won't be satisfied with that. I want somebody to go to jail for animal cruelty.
Don't worry. I should say, if we can get a judge that will actually enforce the law, and hopefully we can, then this one will not have that sort of ending.
Well, the law is the law, and how judges interpret the law, how much of that is going to change from one guy to the next? Do we want to go and take our chances in a Sokola court? Do we want to take our chances in a Barcenas court or a Senzon court? Or how much judge shopping can we do in these cases?
I don't know that you can do any.
Yeah, so it's kind of tricky when it comes to this. What happens, and here's another fear, is what happens if we do find the guy or guys that are responsible for this, bring them before the same judge and come up with the same result that we've seen already.
Well, and that's the other side of this thing, is when it's time to vote for these judges, we really need to have a campaign that can expose the judges that are doing this sort of thing. That's the only way we fix this.
Is there work that needs to be done at the legislature, do you think? Are there pet-friendly senators that we might be able to corral? We only need about 8 of them to put together a piece of legislation that puts literally more teeth into the laws that we have, takes away some of the interpretation that is left to the criminal justice system, and does a lot more by way of protecting these animals.
Ray, I mean, I don't really think so. I think we have some of the best laws in the United States. It's clear enough. It's just simply a matter of getting a judge to just do the obvious. I mean, to say that this dog that had been shot through the chest and shoulders didn't suffer, I wish that he would try it and let me shoot him a couple of times and say, "How's it feel, Judge?"
Mm-hmm.
You know,
You're suffering, right? It hurt.
It's just maddening. So I really don't think that this is a problem for legislation. I really think this is a problem of electing and retaining the right judges and not retaining the wrong ones.
Understood. Listen, I know how busy you are, so I wanted to get you on in your comments, because I know if there was anybody that was going to be passionate about this, it would be the territorial veteran Tom Poole on the line. I hope that you don't see any more of these cases. And you know, point that's being made here by James or somebody else on the line here on the Facebook Live is, you know, if a person would do this to a dog, imagine what they are capable of doing to another human being.
Exactly right. And Ray, I'm grateful that you're giving this the play that it deserves.
Well, absolutely. And if you and Cyrus need more play by way of ginning up some ideas in the community on ways that we can beef up a big reward fund, number one, or maybe there's got to be some kind of public service announcements. I've got 3 radio stations. I'd be more than happy to run announcements, reminding people about animal cruelty, what to do if they see animal cruelty, who do they contact if they see animal cruelty, and ways that they can prevent it in their neighborhoods.
Good. I think that's a great idea. I really do.
Write them up. We'll run them.
All right. Thanks, Ray, so much.
All right, Tom. I'll see you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too, Ray.
888-825-5880-TALK. Interesting when I talk with Tom Poole, because there's a couple of topics that resonate with us. Obviously, is the animal cruelty is going to be right there. But the other one is Hanum Basula. It is one of those. It is a maddening issue that we've suffered with over the years here on Guam, and that's the one where you get. Yeah, I remember Sumo and Pugwa. I'm remembering those dogs. I'd met Pugwa, the dog. The mom and dad of Pugwa are fast hiking buddies of mine, and I'd seen those dogs, and obviously Sumo, my brother's dog that was murdered, killed by an idiot with a gun out there. Dog got out of the yard and was just trying to find its way home when somebody came up and blasted him, and still. Kind of a family tragedy. 9:43 in the morning. But the other way, Tom and I talk about Hanum Basula all the time. Hanum Basula is the water that drips out of the back of these trash trucks as they go up and down Guam's roadways. And as you can imagine, it stinks like you wouldn't believe. There's no way to describe the sensation that you get, and you just know that there has been one in the neighborhood, right? You just know you can smell it, you can see it on the road when the trail of the, and it doesn't go away. It's not like the smell is there and then it'll dry off and then the smell will just kind of dissipate, and it never goes away until it rains again, until another cleaner liquid moves it on to someplace else. And I'm of the opinion that what we absolutely positively have to do at this time is to get the guys over at EPA to do a little bit more surveillance and enforcement of the existing laws. The leachate that comes, and that's what it is, the leachate that comes out of the back of these trash trucks is exactly the same leachate that the government of Guam got in trouble for with the United States government, where they went after us and forced us to close an old dump and open a new landfill. It was because leachate coming out of the bottom of that was finding its way into the rivers and streams and then finally out to Pago Bay, believe it or not. That's absolute fact, and it's the same thing. So why is it that we would not tolerate it there at the dump, but we tolerate it coming out of the back of these vehicles? The fact is that when the trucks get full, there's a little plug. There's, as you might imagine, there's a little plug. It's a drain plug. And so when the trash trucks get full of the liquid, they're supposed to go someplace and dump it. But they don't want to because they need to stay on the road and do all their pickups.
Yeah.
It has not been, and I think there was some cracking down on it because last time Tom and I talked, he said that the place where he's at, there's not that much of a smell anymore. You can smell it when the truck comes, but it's gone after the truck leaves. It's not like they're leaving these friendly deposits for you. So it's possible that maybe there was some work that got done on that. 9:46 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK. I'm looking at a sports story that I forgot to do about the Beach World Tour calendar, and this is, I believe, for beach volleyball. And I guess Guam has got a team that's going to be going out to the FIVB Beach Volleyball tournaments. The calendar that they've got coming. There's going to be one on Guam in February 20th to the 23rd. And I think that's it for beach volleyball. So remind me to get with Coach Chris and see if there's any more of this that we can learn about, maybe opportunities to go and watch beach volleyball and maybe opportunities for us and our kids to play in beach volleyball, which I first got attention to when I was watching a movie called Against All Odds back in the day. 9:46. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, right? Do you know what they're making?
No.
There's a small talk portion of the show. We haven't really been in the small talk portion, you and I, for a long time. You've only been doing the show for a week and done a fine job. Thank you very much for subbing for Mike. I appreciate it. Anyway, so it's the small talk portion of the program, usually the last hour of the show, but in this case, it would be the last 15 minutes or so of the program. They are making with Dwayne Johnson.
The Rock.
The Rock is going to be in a new Disney movie. And it is a Disney movie which is a send-off of one of my favorite Disney rides of all time.
Space Mountain?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
It's a small world after all.
Oh, hell no. Oh, no, don't do that. See, now you got the thing is in my head. The thing is in my head. Yes. So it's the Jungle Cruise.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
The Jungle Cruise at Disneyland. I remember the first time I was on an airplane and we went and that was the whole deal with the trip. And it took forever to get there. It felt like it took forever to get there and it felt like we weren't there long enough at Disneyland the first time I went there. But you got to imagine Disneyland in the late 60s. Specific kind of time, there's no hippies anywhere, and there's no drugs and no gangs or any of that stuff, and everybody was nice. And so you go to Disneyland, it's a Magic Kingdom, and then you get on the Jungle Cruise ride, and there's the hippopotamuses.
Yeah, the hippos come out of the
when
water.
you're 7, that looks real.
Scary. Yeah.
And the natives, and they're throwing spears at you, and I don't think they do that anymore because it's not politically correct or whatever it is. And so you got all these things that are going on, and the guy, you got and he shoots the hippo with a gun and tells everybody, it's okay, you're safe. I gotta. So they're making a movie. The Rock is going to be a star in the movie called Jungle Cruise. I think is the name of it. Should be out next year. Unfortunately, next year. You can go to YouTube. And don't do it now because I'm still on the air. Stop. Don't you go now. Wait until the show ends. Don't watch other streams and feeds while I'm on. But go and do a search on YouTube for the Jungle Cruise, Dwayne Johnson Rock and stuff like that because it looks delightful. It's a delightful looking movie, and some of the writing that I've seen is absolutely crisp in it. So I'm looking forward to that, and it's possible. I'm not saying yes to this yet, but it is possible that I could be watching a movie this weekend. Maybe 2.
Nice.
I might be taking in 2 movies. The Joker.
Oh, yeah.
Which I kind of sort of want to watch because I'm hearing some really interesting buzz on it. Now, I'm not a huge dark Batman kind of guy, so I don't know, how I'm going to feel around that. But the other movie that's out, and I think you can start watching it tonight, as a matter of fact, is Zombieland 2.
Oh, that should be
Double
good.
tap, right? I love that, but I love the movie. I've watched that movie over and over and over again. The original Zombieland. I've watched that movie a bunch of times, and I think it's hilarious.
Same characters?
Yeah, basically. No, well, they're adding another character, and unfortunately, I don't think they're bringing Bill Murray back.
Oh, man.
Which was sad.
was great.
Bill Murray did the cameo in the original Zombieland, and anyway, so that's what's playing this weekend, and that might be sufficient to get me into the movie theaters. And if it is, I don't mind sharing how Ray goes to watch a movie. This is how Raymond goes to watch a movie. You wake up early in the morning and you go to the very first show. Whatever it is, Saturday or Sunday, you go to the very first show of whatever movie it is that you want to watch. And the reason why is because everybody's at church.
Nice.
You're right, Sunday, especially Sunday morning. Everybody is at church. Nobody's going to be in the theater until, after 11 o'clock Mass or something like that.
Ray Gibson's theater.
That's when, yeah, but you know what? There will always be somebody in the theater. It just pisses me off. It doesn't matter. There might be just 7 people in the theater. I guarantee one of them is going to be twitching around so much that it's going to tick me off. Right? You know what it is? There's somebody and he's got eating something out of a plastic bag. It's just crinkling. And there's 100 seats in the room. Why are you sitting behind me? Why do you have to sit behind me? The guy in front of me is going to have his cell phone open the entire time, checking his WhatsApp, his Facebook, and his Instagram like he's the President of the United States of America expecting a word from Kim Il-jung or whatever his name is. Put the phone down. You're in a movie theater. You're blinding everybody behind you.
Oh, man.
So a lot of the times I just sit in the theater biting my jaw. I'm going to kill somebody here. This is why it's a gun-free zone in the theaters, because somebody's going to get shot for being an idiot. The guy or the people in front of me, and it's amazing because we all have the same complaints, but everybody does it. The people in front of you that talk all the way through the movie.
Yep. I think it was worse back in the 80s when you would go to the movies. People would be yelling out and stuff.
No, the absolute worst was the absolute worst was and it's terrible because I have fond memories of it. Going to the Hoffaday theaters.
You sat in the balcony?
I always sat in the balcony because you could smoke.
Oh, that's right.
You could smoke in the balcony. That was where smoking was, and they never checked on you, so you could drink up there too. I watched many a movie up in the balcony at the old Hoffaday theaters, but there were always bad boys. There were always bad boys from the village that were up there, and they didn't do a whole lot. I kind of liked it when the radical dudes were up there because you knew that they would, if there was somebody talking, they'd shut them up.
Yeah.
If there was somebody up there that was acting out, they'd quiet that thing down real fast. But you'd get these guys, they're smoking their cigarettes, and I saw this more than 1 or 2 occasions. They'd take the cigarette and flick it over the balcony.
Wow.
Into the crowd below. Oh, my God. Hey, crazy Guam days. What can I say? But Jungle Book is Zombieland 2 this weekend, and The Joker this weekend. Might be a couple of other excuses for me to get out there and enjoy a movie. But if somebody smacks you in the back of the head with the broadside of a Glock 43, that's me. It's my way of saying shut up. 9:53 in the morning. I got to take a quick break. Be right back.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Kelaguen Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
Take Care Wellness presents the 7th Save the Susu Dance Fitness Fundraiser, October 19 from 6 to 8 p.m. at Teason High School. Tickets are $10 in advance, $15 the day of the event, and $5 for kids ages 6 to 12. Tickets are available at Take Care Wellness, Guam Cancer Care, and through Marissa Collins. Grand prize for the raffle is a round-trip ticket to Asia or Micronesia from United Airlines. All proceeds benefit Guam Cancer Care. This message is made possible by the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Today is a good day because it's Friday. But, generally I'm a gratitude-filled fella. It's any day that ends in Y is a good day, and you start to see a lot of memes like that up on the internet. You wake up in the morning and wondering if it's going to be a good day or a bad day, and I'll real Joe Cruz you here. It's all in the attitude. If you wake up going, today is going to be a great day, you know what? Chances are it'll work out to be a great day. If you wake up and you're all like, Dave's going to be done. There's so much work to do. I got all the errands to run, whatever. That might end up to be a lousy day. So there's still time to change the attitude. If you've been burning through frowny face stuff all morning, think about what you might have to look forward to. It's going to be Friday night, sunset at 6 o'clock. My suggestion here is that's one of the greatest ways to reset your attitude. It'll reset your life if you do it often enough. Is just go and find a beach place, somebody that you like to hit the beach with. And there's almost every beach on this side of the island is going to have a good-looking sunset of one kind or another. I know that you're going, but Ray, the weather report, and there's so many clouds out there. You know what? Never give up on the sunset. Never give up on a sunset because you'll look at it 1 second and go, no, it ain't going to happen tonight, not going to happen. And then before you know it, here comes the craziest palette of sunset colors. It's every color of the rainbow, but in lots of different dimensions and styles. And you'll go, oh, my God, I am so glad I stayed for the show. So stick around for the show, why don't you? And there's that that could be taking place tonight. Maybe, like I said, movies for you. And maybe an investment in some new technology. Rudy Magallanes this morning asking, Ray, did you know GTA is releasing Google Wi-Fi? Funny you mentioned that, Rudy Magallanes. Evelyn Z. Campos is also on Facebook Live this morning. And Evelyn Z. Campos and maybe will be coming in. I'm pretty sure I got Chech and some of the other girls from GTA's product launch division to come in on Monday to talk about the Google Wi-Fi. And can I let you in on the worst secret ever? GTA's my pals. That's my techno gangs. So when they get new toys, I'm on a small list of people that get to play with those new toys. They gave me a Google Home, and I'm dreading the day they say somebody at GTA is going, oh yeah, that's right, we gave them a Google Home. Nobody's gotten that back yet. But they also sent over earlier in the week a Google Wi-Fi, and it plugs. 2-minute setup, guys. It plugs into the router that I got with the GTA service, right? The DSL router that I've got plugs into that. And then you've got, a couple of different Wi-Fis going. You've got the one from the DSL modem, and then you've got the one from the Google Wi-Fi. Now, the difference is I cannot necessarily dig deep into the DSL modem that they gave me, and I don't know that I want to, right? But the Google Wi-Fi is uber configurable. And it allows you to daisy chain them. So if you've got a Google Wi-Fi over here, but you've got spotty internet service elsewhere in the house, Wi-Fi service in the house, then you get another Google Wi-Fi, and then you've got this whole network thing going on in the house, and they're super configurable, right? So living room Wi-Fi is talking to the bedroom Wi-Fi is talking to the garage Wi-Fi, and then there's things like if I'm watching a movie on my iPad, and you want to watch something on the TV, and I'm the boss of the house. And yeah. I want priority for my iPad. I can tell it to throttle up my iPad, nice. and make sure that I'm and it will also surveil the channels that it's on. Right,
so the Wi-Fi. Most of the bandwidth.
I can get all of the bandwidth if I want to. I can absolutely shut you down if you haven't done your homework. If you were a bad real Joe Cruz, and I needed to discipline you, I could turn off the connection between your phone and the Google Wi-Fi, so I can control that until after you've done your homework and after you've done the chores. So
I like that.
Yeah. GTA's got them. I mean, they've got them right now. Want to try it out? Go to the Experience Center on Marine Corps Drive, grab a cup of coffee, and talk to them about how technology can change your life. I gotta go. Gonna go try and change my life over the weekend. Hope you change. If you change it, don't change too far, because you might need to change back on Monday. We'll see what happens. The radio station is KUSG. Have gotten you for Real Joe Cruz and Montecilver Tyrant and Renee Logie. Thanks very much for spending some time with me this week, and we'll talk about all kinds of other things that we'll get frowny-faced about on Monday. In the meantime, have an awesome weekend. And this is Ray Gibson saying, bye-bye.
his comments. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Mick Mulvaney now saying there was no quid pro quo between the U.S. and Ukraine over that country's willingness to investigate the 2016 election.
At a combative news conference, the acting White House chief of staff was unapologetic about the president's actions, including the temporary suspension of military aid to Ukraine.
Did he also mention to me in the past that the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. That's why we held up the money.
Justice Department officials responded in near real time, telling reporters they were, quote, utterly confused and angry over the suggestion that aid was tied to Ukraine's cooperation with U.S. Attorney John Durham's probe into the origins of the 2016 FBI-Russia collusion case.
Fox's Catherine Herridge in Washington. President Trump with high praise for Vice President Pence and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo after their trip to Turkey, an agreement with its leader for a temporary ceasefire in Syria.
We've gotten everything we could have ever dreamed of, and we're also going to be able to bring our people back home, but we'll be able to have control of ISIS total. We'll be able to do whatever we have to do to get the rest of ISIS wherever they may be. They're never going to be ruling us.
Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen disagrees with the plan to remove U.S. troops from Syria.
President Trump's decision to withdraw those 100 U.S. Special Forces who'd been fighting with our Syrian Kurdish partners against ISIS, and therefore allow Turkey to attack the Syrian Kurds and allow the resurgence of ISIS has had a very strong bipartisan negative response here on Capitol Hill.
Van Hollen and South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham have sponsored bipartisan legislation that would impose harsh sanctions on Turkey if it restarts military action. America's listening to Fox News.
It's the latest from Fox News Podcasts. The Campaign with Brett Baer, with updates from reporters on the trail and in-studio experts. Brett keeps you informed on the 2020 race. Go to foxnewspodcast.com and download The Campaign with Brett Baer now.
I'm Neil Cavuto from Fox Business. In high school, I managed a fast food restaurant. I saw the power of business and the importance of making your money work for you.
I'm Liz Clayman. In life, it's not just how you invest, it's for whom you're investing. We care about your success, and we want to be a part of it.
I'm Charles Payne. I go way beyond the headlines to help you through the markets every single day. It's all about investing in your future, your American dream.
Fox Business.
Invested in you.
Download Fox News Channel's The 5 podcast for free. 5 of your favorite Fox News personalities discuss current issues in a roundtable discussion. Get it now on Apple Podcasts, Google Play, and foxnewspodcasts.com.
Attorneys for Jodi Arias in court today pushing for a new trial.
Attorney Corey Engel said the prosecutor in Jodi Arias' trial twisted the words of defense witnesses to make them seem biased by feelings for Arias.
This court should reverse Ms. Arias' conviction.
But the attorney for the state of Arizona, Terry Criss, said even if some of the prosecutor's theatrics rose to the level of misconduct, it does not negate the evidence against Arias.
So when a prosecutor walks up to the bench and engages in a vulgarity to a judge, that's okay, as long as he says it just loud enough that it doesn't get all the way to the jury box.
No, it's not okay at all. It's just a question of remedies, and the remedy is not to reverse the conviction.
The judge sentenced Arias to life in prison for murdering her boyfriend, Travis Alexander. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Vaping-related illnesses in the U.S. are still on the rise, but the Centers for Disease Control says it's at a slightly slower pace. There have been nearly 1,500 cases and at least 33 deaths. The CDC has been updating the case counts each week. The latest jump, 180 cases, was the smallest increase since mid-September. Ford making some changes to get people to buy electric vehicles.
Ford will offer 2 years of free charging station access to buyers of its electric cars from charging provider Greenlots. It's also launching the Ford Pass Charging Network. It's a partnership with Amazon and Electrify America, a charging business funded by the Volkswagen emissions settlement. Amazon is authorized to sell installation services for home chargers. Ford says it will have 12,000 charging stations and more than 35,000 charge plugs in North America by December of 2021. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson has asked the department to investigate after he was found by a passerby lying down inside his car near his home. He had a kidney transplant in 2017. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Take care Wellness presents the 7th Save the Susu Dance Fitness Fundraiser, October 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Tizen High School. Tickets are $10 in advance, $15 the day of the event, and $5 for kids ages 6 to 12. Tickets are available at Take Care Wellness, Guam Cancer Care, and through Marissa Collins. Grand prize for the raffle is a round-trip ticket to Asia or Micronesia from United Airlines. All proceeds benefit Guam Cancer Care. This message is made possible by the Stations of Choice Broadcast.